we go. First co-ed team match of the day. Go ahead and step in. We have number 6 California versus number 4 Northwestern. Let's give a round of applause. A little bit of clapping here. A little more.
All right, hey everybody. We're back on day 2 for the 2022 National Collegiate Table Tennis Championships here at the Round Rock Sports Center, 20 miles north of Austin, the sports center capital of Texas. It is April 9th. We're on day 2 of the Coed National Championships in the round of 16. Today we have an exciting matchup for you by the 6th seed California versus the 4th seed Northwestern. Barbara, when it comes to these two teams, the seeding looks close. I'm sure the actual team skill is pretty similar in level. What do you think we're going to see today?
I think we're going to see some incredible matches, especially this opening match between Nikhil Kumar and Jack Wong. They were both junior stars and now senior stars. Jack Wong, a new recruit to Northwestern. He was a transfer from the University of St. Louis over during the COVID period. And I think they've seen each other before, played each other before, and it'll be really great to see how they kind of compete and meet during college table tennis. So I'm really looking forward to that.
And now Nikhil, he's actually kind of a superstar in our sport, right? We've seen him playing national teams. We've seen him playing at USATT at a high level.
Right, and so the Olympics.
And the Olympian. So Jack Wong, can you give us anything about his resume that might help us understand what he's dealing with here playing against Kumar?
Yeah, so Jack Wong grew up in the northern New Jersey area, a prodigy of the East Coast training, whereas Nikhil is from California, so a prodigy of the West Coast. And Jack has competed internationally on the junior level, so in the under 18 level, winning many awards and championships at that level before going to college. And so I'm not sure how his training has gone since going to college, so I'm curious to see. But when you watch Jack Wong, watch his backhand. He has the signature backhand loop shot, and it is beautiful to see, and I'm sure we'll see it today.
All right, well, it looks like the players are all getting set up, and we're getting prepared. The umpires are making sure everything is ready on the court. And I think we're going to be in for a treat here.
That's right. And outside of this first match, we're going to see actually some very close games throughout. So I think Nikhil Kumar might be the favorite in this first match, given his recent trip to Tokyo and his continuous training in the Bay Area, whereas Jack Wong is more of the dark horse. We don't know what his training has been.
Needless to say, Nikhil's on form right now.
That's right. That's right. In the second match, I actually think Northwestern might be favored. So Michael Wolski, I've been living in the Chicago area for the last 7 years, and I used to play Michael when he was only 13. And now he's in college, and he comes from a table tennis family. His father also plays. This Polish table tennis community is super strong in Chicago. So I think he is favored against Nathan Lee, but they are both very soft players. So they're going to see some long rallies and consistency. You'll likely see that on table 2.
So then a lot of strategy is going to be involved when it comes to their matchup. Yeah. Kind of like a chess match on the table.
Exactly, exactly. Angela Glenn, another superstar of our sport, played in multiple world championships against Ryan Louie, who is actually a PhD student at Northwestern. So it's a defender versus an attacker. I think Angela is probably favored here. And I'm not sure. I think this fourth match is a toss-up, so it's going to be a good morning for us.
I know Ryan was playing really well yesterday, so let's see how he comes out today.
We see a lot of professionalism. Both of these players are used to playing on center court, and I think it'll be a great show for us.
Okay,
awesome.
Gentlemen.
All right, we're going to get the coin toss, and the players are going to get a chance to pick serves and sides, and then the action should be underway.
Yeah, that's your another player. You can't have 2 coaches, 1 coach and then the players.
No, that's a player.
That's a player. Okay, I just didn't know what you mean. And that's yours. Okay. All right, gotcha. Now, one side's blue, one side's red.
You can hear them talking about some of the more tactical rules of team play.
It's red.
And so they're only allowed to have 1 coach, but the players, obviously other team players can sit there.
It looks like because Ryan Louie is wearing a jacket, the umpire got a little confused whether she didn't see his team jersey.
2-minute warm-up. You know, for those unfamiliar with the setup, each team will play 4 singles matches, as we've seen. And if they are split 2-2, they will play that doubles match to decide who will move on into the quarterfinal.
All right, so something interesting. Normally when we see the warm-ups, you have them go from corner to corner. And now when we're doing the backhand warm-up, the players are going down the line. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think Nikhil is lefty, and that is the how you warm up against lefties typically. I mean, they could always do like forehand to backhand to forehand, but they are, that's just tradition. Looks like we're getting started.
So just a little bit of a misstep there from Jack Wong. Looks like Nikhil is putting a lot of underspin on his receives. Got 2-0. Wonderful flip to the wide forehand of Nikhil. Amazing down the line shot.
Yeah. Nikhil is so quick, and that's just really tough, and those angles were incredible right on the white line.
So Nikhil up 4-1 with the 3-point lead. Jack to serve.
You know, Nikhil is a really emotive player, so it's really great to watch him, and you can sort of read his body language to see how he's feeling. He's clearly frustrated with that return. And watch Jack here, he's using his backhand a lot. I told you that's his like secret weapon, his signature shot, so expect to see him going for a lot of it in the first game to almost warm it up, to make sure it's ready for the rest of the match.
Nikhil into the body. That was a great shot. We have the score now 6-2. Catching a bit of the table and the ball at the same time, mistiming that push. That's got to be good for Jack. Gains a little ground, 6-3.
There's that backhand, right? And I think Jack's going to win a lot of points like that. We saw yesterday in the doubles that he used his backhand to win almost 90% of the points in doubles.
See a little bit of confusion on Nikhil's face, misreading that spin. Nikhil fighting off Jack, being able to tie the score up, maintaining his lead. So, oh, short towel break.
both players are feeling more comfortable. You're seeing slightly longer rallies.
And just like that, Jack ties it up 7-7 with a nice forehand into Kamal's backhand. Looks like got a nice wide angle there, playing away from Nikhil.
As a lefty, Nikhil is going to really work the angles. That's something that's special that lefties have when they're playing righties. And so that shot, Nikhil like going wide to the forehand, giving Jack some trouble. And I think we'll see more of that. Well, that backhand was not wide enough.
You can see Nikhil apologizing. The ball caught a little bit at the top of the net. It's just common etiquette in table tennis because it can change some of the spin and angle of the ball. Now, do you think in a situation like that, the ball clips the top of the net, he gets a free point, that Jack might have been a little distracted thinking about the previous point when he mistimed that serve?
You know, I don't know if it's distraction, but I think it's that he was trying to serve too hard. You know, he's kind of over-serving. Talk about overhitting. He's trying to over-serve.
Great short push to win the first game. Nikhil is up 1-0 in the series. All right, so right now, do you know if, and as a high-level player, I would assume that you guys have played a lot of lefty players in your time. And so do you think there's anything that might make Jack uncomfortable when it comes to facing a lefty on top of being such a high-level player that Nikhil is?
Yeah, well, the first major thing is that he might not have a lot of opportunities to train against lefties, especially high-level lefties. I don't think there are any high-level lefties on the Northwestern team. And so that can be challenging. So it's just new. The spins are just reversed. Everything's a little new. The angles are wider. But again, Jack has a long history of being a junior star and competing internationally. So some of that is just muscle memory. You remember what you're supposed to do. But it does take some time to sort of understand the angles again and get used to it. As a player, I really did not like playing lefties. I found it really challenging. Nikhil is in form, but in the regional tournament, Jack took one of the Algetti twins to deuce in the fifth. And that was very close.
All right, our second game is underway. Nikhil takes the lead. Nice topspin serve there. Nikhil capitalizing with a nice forehand loop.
When you're playing lefties, the serve receive is that critical piece. And that's where it can get really challenging for Jack.
Great third ball attack for Jack to get a point on the board.
It's a really good change of pace from Nikhil to go soft. You feel like he's just sort of like crashing the table earlier, hitting really hard. That soft one changes the pace and can make it really challenging for the opponent.
So 4-2 going into the towel break. Nikhil is up by 2 points. Are you seeing anything so far that Jack might need to key into to try and get back into this?
Well, I think one of the things is that it's all about serve receive. So Nikhil has served 4 times, won all 4 points on the serve, right? And so Jack really needs to win some of those and also make sure he wins the points on his serve.
That was an amazing rally. Great counterplay there.
told you, Jack's backhand is that secret weapon. And when it hits, it's so hard to deal with.
Amazing touch by Jack. That was just incredible.
Yeah, look at that creativity, right? Sometimes we love the big, long looping rallies, but some of the creativity can be the hardest thing to deal with.
And just as exciting.
So hard to control that serve receive from Nikhil. Almost every time Nikhil serves, he wins the point. It's hard.
So Jack is serving 4-7 to Nikhil. Let the ball go a little bit long there. It looked off the edge of the table. Nikhil was ready to attack.
And what's special about that is how it went down the line, right? And it was nobody home. Jack wasn't ready for that.
Jack trying to stay into it with a little bit of defense play. Goes just long. Misses the edge. Change of pace by Jack to go with the fast topspin serve, hoping for maybe a quicker rally.
Yeah.
When you're down by 6 points, what's the mentality? What's something that you think about to try and claw your way back into contention for that game?
Right, I think you're going to try something different, right? Because clearly what led you to be down 6 points is not working. So you're going to try something different. Jack hasn't served long this whole game. And he's really losing in some of these short exchanges because he goes short and then Nikhil rips the ball. And then that's a really hard way to start a point. But if you serve long, then maybe you'll get a slightly weaker attack from Nikhil and you can play the counterattacks. The trouble, I think, for Jack in this game is that Nikhil won every point when he served. And that's really challenging. And that's because Nikhil's serve is good, but also when he attacks that third ball, he can go to any corner. And you want to control his serve receive enough so at least you can guess most of the time which corner he's going to go to so you can prepare.
And is there any way to maybe mitigate that? All right, third game is getting underway. So again, Nikhil starting off with the first point of the game. And there's that backhand you were talking about, Brenda, utilized great there.
Yeah.
Come on, let's go.
All right, Nikhil applying pressure again to even it all back up at 2-2. All right, Barbara, Nikhil is starting to fire really hard right now. Do you think he's feeling like he needs to keep that pedal down to maintain his lead?
I think so. You have to. But you can watch Nikhil if he opens. If he gets that first opening, he usually wins the point, right? If whoever's on defense usually loses the first point, so he's going to look for all those openings. The key for Jack here is controlling the serve receive.
And some fireworks there, some great defense by Nikhil, but it just wasn't meant to be.
You see Jack making some mistakes on the serve receive. I think he knows he has to control it really well, or else Nikhil's just going to rip it anyways.
Both players fired up here. Jack to serve.
You see, it was a very similar serve to the one before that Nikhil flipped, and Jack made it underspin, so now Nikhil went for the same flip and it went into the net.
Fantastic block there.
Jack was in position, you saw. Usually if he doesn't block it, he hasn't placed himself in the right location, but that time he was right there.
So Jack, trying to start off that rally with the first attack, opens up with the forehand loop or flip. Trying to put some pressure on Nikhil. Jack to serve, 6-6. Almost got some net luck there, but Nikhil was quick and just couldn't quite keep the touch on the table. Great half-long attack.
Jack's changing the pace a little. Don't go fast, fast, fast with Nikhil, because Nikhil's going to go faster than you. Change the pace, do something different, and gave himself a 2-point lead.
So that little slide out to the wide forehand and Nikhil almost seems a little dangerous.
Sometimes playing Nikhil makes you feel like the whole table is dangerous. That's really smart play by Jack, right? He changed, he's playing slower, spinnier in that opening. No more pushing, like just loop it slowly, and that gave him a better start. It was definitely the right thing to do.
So Jack needs 3 points, has 2 serves. This could be good for Jack. Fortunately, the first serve doesn't go his way.
You know, I've seen this a lot in high-level play at these national championships. When it gets to end game, it's 8-8, it's 9-9. You try to serve short, you're a little nervous, and oftentimes it goes a little long. And that's exactly, I think, what happened to Jack here. And that timeout is key, just to calm down and to make sure you can reset those serves. It's very important for Jack that he wins this next point, because then it's Nikhil's serve at 9-9.
And then at least gives Jack a chance to possibly ensure deuce if he goes 1-1 off the serve receive. But maybe if we can.
Yeah, we'll see what he's going to do coming back. I'm expecting to see another short serve.
Okay.
Yeah, and hopefully a backhand follow-up. I think that's what he would love.
He was putting a lot of pressure on Nikhil with that. All right, Jack to serve, 8-9.
You know, he set it up right. You know, Jack did everything that he needed to do to set up. He just didn't hit that opening loop.
So the strategy was there, the execution was just the tie off.
And same thing that Jack did happen to Nikhil, right? I think he was trying to serve half long and it became extra long.
And Jack recognized it and committed.
Go.
10-9, Nikhil to serve. And the backhand comes in to save him. If you have a go-to shot, he trusted it and went for it, and now we're at deuce. So Jack's still in it.
has to hit that backhand.
So you called it at the beginning. That was key, and it's seeming to save him right now in his current situation.
Nikhil's looking for a big serve and attack here. Oh, and he misses.
That's not typical Nikhil there for that shot, but he definitely went for it. He gave it a good rip, and that would have been a point-ending shot had it had caught the edge.
Yeah. You can see the Northwestern team, you know, as Jack is regrouping, it's still about the serve receive. You know, Nikhil missed that loop at the end, but if he had made it, it could have been a different story. And you can't rely, at this level, you're not relying on anyone to miss their shots.
Yeah, it seems at a certain level of play, most people have most of the shots in table tennis, right? You can do everything pretty well. What separates are small power differences, small spin variations, and then how you apply it in strategy. That'd be a good assessment of how you navigate through the high levels of matches.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is concentrated on that serve and return strategy. And then a lot of it is about variations throughout. So someone varies it, you struggle, you vary it back, they struggle, and you just go back and forth like that. You know, see Jack kind of like a little frustrated. He was a little late on the counter attack, saw his racket go up. That's sort of an indication he didn't hit the ball early enough.
So Nikhil's first two serves go his way. Puts Jack on the back foot slightly.
Let's go.
Serving 0-2. Maybe a little bit of a mistiming issue there from Jack.
Yeah, sometimes maybe just swing too hard.
Fantastic setup to bring it back in a second serve. Jack Scott on the board. And now we have Nikhil serving 3-1. So Jack appears like he's trying to open up, be the first one to apply pressure. Missing that flip just a little long. Oh, Nikhil changes it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the first long serves deep into the backhand heavy that we've seen this entire match. It's actually a really nice variation. I mean, Jack likes his backhand, but he's not used to opening on it on the serve, and he's getting comfortable with that short to the forehand. You feel the momentum shift to Nikhil here. I think he just added a little more quality on every single shot. He's playing a little more focused. You know, it may have looked like to people that Jack shouldn't have missed that shot, but again, those creative shots with weird spins, really hard.
And I mean, in table tennis, it's a matter of millimeters and sometimes just a tiny bit of spin that can make all the difference. Jack looked a little out of position, a little off balance. Nikhil's just running away from this one. And Jack no longer has a timeout, right?
Yeah, he used it last game.
So what do you do at this point?
I think you just try to play your game. I want to see one more backhand from Jack.
Well, it was a hard-fought, highly contested match, even though the last game got a little bit away from Jack, but still lots of great quality rallies, high quality shots.
Yeah, it's a really nice match to see. You know, two 2,500 level players, two players trained in the U.S. And it's really nice to have that here. But again, Nikhil is definitely the favorite in this match. He's in form, competed in Tokyo recently. and he's looking very good, very sharp. A lot of shots hitting. I think in that third game, remember it was 8-8, right? That he just let it get away from him. I think he just lost concentration for a couple seconds, and that's what happened. So he really came out in that fourth game to show his dominance, say, I know I can win. And he ran away. He was up 5-1, right? And he just set the tone and just took it from there.
And it looked like both of these players, and Nikhil especially, have a real strong third ball attack. They're trying to end the point quickly. You know, attack hard, attack with good angles, great placement. Whereas some other players, like you're mentioning what's going on Court 2, it might be more of a chess match with placement, redirection of counterplay, as well as like variation of spin. So you see those longer rallies. Whereas here, it's like almost trying to overpower your opponent.
I think both matches that occurred on table 2 and then are about to happen are really about long spin variation, maybe patience, and if there are two attacking players, just sort of structuring the rally to win. Here it was structuring the first 3 shots. That's what they were structuring to win. Now over there they're thinking about the entire rally, the really long 5, 7, 10 shot rally.
And because table tennis is so fast and it's so quick, like with Jack getting down early, is it sometimes just to maintain a good mental energy, not to get too down on losing too many points, but realize I might have a chance to take my shot?
I think it's really good to have what I call selective amnesia. So you remember some of the good things you did and you remember what you learned, but you don't want to sink into the emotional distraught of like, oh, I should have made that, or that shouldn't have happened.
I think TikTok has a meme for that one. All right, so in the round of 16, in the 4th singles match, we have Jindal Priyan and Pahade Subham. Currently watching and cheering on their teammates.
Yeah,
while we
looks like we're waiting for an umpire on the first table. I think this match is going to be super critical. So I think Angela is on table 2 is probably favored. And so this 4th match is going to be one of the deciding matches. And that's the great thing about college table tennis. If you're the first player or the 4th player, you can only earn 1 point for your team. And so it's super important.
Well, it brings the team strategy into play, and it allows even the lower level players on the team to feel like they can contribute to something.
They equally contribute. They're equally as important. And we saw yesterday over and over the 3rd and 4th player saving the day, especially if you're facing a team with a really strong 1st and 2nd player.
And I think typically we're used to the best player being the one to rise to the occasion. But in some of these matchups, depending on how they stack their teams, you could actually have your 3rd seed on your team or 4th seed be the one that gets that opportunity to save the day.
Yesterday we saw a great match, women's match between MIT and Syracuse, where their top 2 women from MIT lost, and then the 3rd and 4th player saved the day, and then the MIT won again in the doubles. It was incredible. People should take a look at that from yesterday's women's preliminary rounds.
I think that's a good thing that separates NCTTA from the typical tournament in table tennis and makes it very fun. It's just a breath of fresh air to have a different way to play the game. And also, when you're playing for something. You have people in your corner, they're cheering you on. And I'm sure that that's a good way to feed the energy and really have a fun time and be competitive and everything in between.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's super special about NCTTA. I think we are just getting our score sheets on table 1 and the rackets so that they can warm up for racket control. I watched Priyan Jindal play yesterday. He's a very strong player. He's tall, you can see, so both of his wings are really strong. But I'm not as familiar with the Northwestern player, so I'm curious to see how he defends or kind of enters this match.
I only got to see Pahade
so
play yesterday for a short
blue,
period
one
of
side's
time.
red.
It
Who
looks
wants to
like
call
he's
it?
going to come out firing.
He's
Played a
calling
lot of
blue.
power plays. The ball comes up, he had no problem smashing it
And it's blue.
with a
Choice.
lot of bad
He
intention.
chooses to receive. You're serving. You have your choice of ends. You're serving,
Yeah.
and you have your choice of ends.
I know it's fine.
This end is fine. He's going to start on this end. All right. The 2-minute warm-up starts now.
All right, the coin toss is over with. They've chosen the side in the serve. And we are now commencing the warm-ups. 2 minutes.
Both players know that this match is critical. Depending on what happens on the other table, on table 2, this could be the match that if Priyan Jindal wins, this is their winning match. If Pahade wins from Northwestern, this will keep them in the game, right? And doubles is challenging. You know, you never know what's going to happen in doubles.
So Pahade here, just taking some time to warm up his loop, adjust, you know, try to get in a rhythm, get in a groove, make sure everything feels like it's firing correctly. And you have even almost a little bit of time to get some level of sense of how your opponent spins the ball or their pace. Are they more spin or power oriented?
That's right. You can definitely get an idea of even which wing is stronger, if their forehand or their backhand stronger, how powerful their forehand actually is, how good their defense is. But really, it's especially on these courts, which are our show tables, they're different than the other courts. Just to get used to playing in this different space, the bigger court, the brighter lights. I think that makes the difference.
And do you think even with the different table that the bounce might be slightly different?
That's right, the whole combination, the table, the floor, the lights, the mental state, all of that can feel different when you're on these show courts.
And seeing cameras, I'm on TV. All right, so Jindal comes out with a good receive. And again, off to a good start, 2-0. Very nice from Pahade, directing it down the line. Earns himself his first point. Great serve there. Pahade is now serving 2-3. Follows it up. Looks like he's got some tricky serves there.
Serves have confused Jindal and has taken him to 3-all. Jindal clearly not happy with that. I think he's viewed that as an opportunity.
That was a great touch there by Pahade.
Watching Pahade play is really, it's really cool. He actually doesn't hit very hard. He's been slowing the ball down, and you see Jindal sort of leaning forward because he thinks it's longer than it's going to be.
Fantastic reaction there with a nice block. So we saw Jindal come out hot. First 3 points, and now Pahade up 6-3. And there's that power. Quick, concise smash is so quick.
I'm so impressed with Pahade's sort of comeback, right? He has such good touch, and the pacing is so different.
So Jindal trying to right the ship here. Gets his first out of the last 8 points. So nice forehand flip there by Jindal, giving him the opportunity to get within one.
Wow, a very aggressive serve receive. I wonder if he's going to go as aggressive for this next one.
So I've been noticing the kids doing a lot of that side spin push throughout this tournament. Is that a new macro play?
Must be. Pahade has really good control, right? And I think he needs to continue to play his game, assert that sort of control and strange pacing, and that is going to be his strategy. Nice placement, kind of, I don't want to say straight, but unique or like different. The variation is really confusing. And it's clearly causing Jindal some problems.
Come on.
So I think Jindal had a good idea going down the line, but just missed, just by a fraction. So Pahade takes the first game, 11-7, and it looked like Jindal was close enough to play a couple tight points and be able to work his way in, but did his strategy change to maybe take some more extreme lines to maybe catch Pahade looking?
You know, I think Jindal maybe lost a little confidence after he realized Pahade can block my loop and can change the speed. And so that really caused some more errors as the match went on. I think of this match a little bit as like the tortoise and hare match, right? So Jindal is speedy, fast, lots of power. And so he came out swinging, 3-0 lead in the beginning. But then Pahade is changing the speed, changing the spin, returning serves in like weird locations that make it really difficult for Jindal. And I think that got him over the finish line, right? Like playing to his strength of changing the speed.
So Pahade went on an impressive run there in the first game. Nice string of points, nice string of decisions. But the decisions aren't enough. He executed too. So let's see if anything that Jindal got from coaching will help him. Some good touch there to stay alive from Pahade. Goes up 1-0.
Pahade has such good touch and really impressed. Those shots are really difficult to make. You can see Nikhil, who's coaching Jindal, sort of tell him to calm down. I really feel like this is the tortoise and hare. I think Jindal needs to slow down a little bit. Actually, play the longer rallies.
A little bit of encouraging words from Nikhil in the corner. But Pahade is still pulling away. That looked like an interesting change of pace. We've been seeing Pahade play all the touch shots, and now Jindal says, hey, I could do that too.
That's right. But this time Jindal did something different. He didn't go for a hard shot. He went really spinny.
Jindal getting a little bit of a warning for the racket contact before the serve. And it didn't look like it was on purpose. He's just trying to think through, how do I get back in this? Seems really confused by Pahade right now.
Yeah, he really is. Pahade is playing a really frustrating game for his opponent, you know? And I think that's part of it. That is so frustrating, right? And the more frustrated you get, the more you want to play hard. You want to show that you can make those shots. And Pahade just frustrates you some more.
Fantastic line from Jindal. Earns himself another point to close the gap. 3 serving 6. Jindal with another good combination. Within 2.
Jindal just needs to, it's kind of like Nikhil was saying from the corner, slow down. Add spin to make the pace slower. And that's exactly what he's doing to close the gap here.
So at this point at 6-6, is the onus on Pahade to not let himself fall into the same kind of confused mentality Jindal was? Because he's clawed his way back from being down a fair amount of points to evening the score up.
Yeah, it looks like Pahade, I don't think Pahade's confused. I think Jindal has actually made a really nice change in playing slower, playing spinnier. And got Jindal's actually gaining confidence and not making as many mistakes as earlier in the game. So we saw umpire Linda Leaf asking Jindal to move his hand out of the way on the serve. So the opponent needs to be able to see your contact. Jindal's actually faulted yesterday on a serve. It can be really unnerving.
For the player that's getting faulted, or
That's
for
right.
the opponent
Actually,
receiving?
for everyone, it kind of changes the pace. But I think it actually did affect Jindal a little bit because he lost the string of points after that warning.
And we're all level here at 8-8.
Jindal's playing the right strategy. Slow spin, right?
And Pahade comes out swinging, gets a very nice loop there, right into the corner. Brings him 1 point closer to closing this second game out. Let's see if Jindal can answer. Fantastic serve there. Did we hear a Nikhil back there say something about confidence? Stay confident?
Yeah, that's right. And that's what really we're seeing. You know, we have a kind of a roller coaster ride with Jindal. So he hits a bunch, he's super confident. He misses a bunch, he can lose a bunch of points, become not confident. Timeout's on the northwestern side. And I think Jack Wong very keen to give some good tips for endgame. We're all about endgame. 2 points to close this game can make the whole difference in how the match goes. 1-1 is very, very different than leading 2-0. A lot of intensity on the northwestern corner.
You can see Jack Wong trying to give a little bit of advice. He may see something, you know, being in the player's area. He gets to see a good view of how Pahade's opponent is moving, maybe some tendencies he might be having. So let's see if Jack had some good advice. Advantage Pahade with 2 serves at 9-9. So let's see if he can make the most of it. slow spin, slow pace ball from Jindal seemed to be the right choice there.
Oh, that's a nervy serve.
And thankfully it caught the table, keeps him in here. So Pahade took his shot, had a lot of confidence going into that, really committed, just missed a little wide, and we have this series all tied up. This match is now 1-1.
That's an interesting approach at the end. You know, for Pahade to go for a big attack. I think it's a nice variation. Although I'm not sure he was sort of in the mindset for it at the end, you know, because that's not what he was doing the entire game. I think if I was Jack Wong, that's what I would do at the end. I would serve an attack. But if I were Pahade, I might have done something different because he has a different skill set.
So you make a really good point, because NCTTA has coaching, and that's not typically something the individual player can have in their matches at a normal table tennis tournament. As a coach, what do you think is a better way to give advice to your player? What I would do if I were you, or what I would do in this situation, and do you maybe have the same shots that I have?
Yeah, I think it's really about the player, right? So typically coaches will know the player really well. What should you do in this situation with the skill set you have, which might be a different set of tools than I have.
And I think that's important, and it brings value. And coaching can even add a little bit of an edge if you have somebody on some of these teams that are really knowledgeable. Off the first serve, Jindal catches a little bit of net, apologizes there.
Yeah, this is the match. You know, it's so great in NCT to have the fourth match, the fourth player on the teams be so critical. And this is the match that's going to determine who moves on into the quarterfinal. Or at least who stays alive in this match too.
Well, currently we're all even in this match, and it can at least go anybody's way as it sits right now. Interesting. What do you think about his approach to that point, Barbara?
Yeah, I think he's trying to confuse Jindal. I think that is his strategy, right? Confuse him with the pacing, have Jindal lose the confidence. And this is what you're seeing here. And I think that's how Pahade's going to win, right?
And kind of going back through his roots from the first game.
Yeah. I don't think he should change that up. I actually think he did a really good job with it throughout. I do have to say, playing a defensive game can be really challenging. You can sort of leave it up to the other player. That's a very nice forehand from Pahade.
Well, if you're almost playing a little passive, when you do decide to put pressure, it's almost like it catches them off guard.
Exactly. You can see Indiana in the house and also USC, also powerhouse teams who are likely waiting to see who qualifies into the quarters.
Any chance maybe they're doing a little bit of recon as well?
It must be.
All right, Jindal to serve, 4-6. Nice step around shot there by Jindal. Pahade just missing the block into the net. And Jindal's found a way to tie the second game back up, 6-6.
Wow, the third game.
Thank you. Ooh, coming out with a new serve.
Well, that was surprising, actually really kind of cool to bring out more variation. Bahade is like the tortoise in the hare. He has to keep the variation, kind of make sure Jindal gets frustrated. That's the whole game. And for Bahade, it's important not to overhit. Sometimes you get nervous. It's the end game. You want to attack. You want to do all these things. It's so easy for him to overhit, but that's not how he's winning the points.
Do you definitely feel it when you're playing in a high-level match in a tournament, under the lights, the adrenaline going that kind of amps you up? How do you deal with that?
I think you have to just pretend, or you just need to play your game. You need to be confident, but of course your adrenaline is pumping, right? Your mind's racing. So you're gonna see a new serve here again.
It's caught in the middle. Bahade just slightly out of position. Still with the serve, he can even it up here. Fantastic, just like that, 9-9.
I'm gonna expect Jindal to go for that topspin serve short in the middle. It's worked a lot. Pahade's actually missed them directly. And I would hope, I think they might be a little bit long. So if Pahade uses his forehand, he should aim it towards the middle of the table. Not what I expected, actually, but a nice follow-up from Jindal. You may see a topspin here.
Oh, short under with the third ball attack, slow spinny loop.
It's that slow spinny loop that was really smart from the California side, from Jindal. Slow and spinny makes it harder for Pahade to block, to counter loop, and it's slower. You watch it, it's like low. It makes it really hard.
It gets a nice little kick sometimes after it hits the table too.
Yeah, I think Pahade's waiting for the power shot, right? He's waiting for the power shot. That's what he's used to. And what a frustrating series of events for Northwestern. They are at 9-9, and they lost 2 games, and now they're in a really tough position.
So we have a little bit of a battle of the wits with the style that we have going on here. Pahade trying to see if he can keep mixing it up, keep Jindal thinking. But Jindal keeps coming back with some good answers.
I think the match here is really about Jindal keeping his cool. You know, Jindal has shown that he can actually return all of these shots. There's nothing that he doesn't have an answer for, but when he gets frustrated, he'll lose that string of 5 points and puts him in a really tough space. And I think Nikhil knows that on the California side. He keeps saying, slow down, slow down.
So almost like this is Jindal's to lose. Fantastic receive from Pahade. Manages to get the first point on the board.
It's Jindal's to lose in terms of attacking, but watch Pahade's confusing returns, confusing blocks.
Oh, just catching the edge there. The microphone's caught it. No disputing that one. That is Pahade's point, 2-0.
Come on, go ahead. Come on, come on.
Pahade letting himself know. Okay, let's focus. Fantastic, fantastic crossover step to get to that ball.
Yeah. Well, it's a really, really nice forehand. And I see Pahade being a little more aggressive. You know, not hitting hard, but just attacking, and that is the variation.
He disagrees with his racket angle on that one. So Pahade coming out looking like he's trying to take the initiative, kind of dictate the way the game's going to go in terms of strategy. Little bit of a high serve there, got away from him, and Jindal takes advantage. 4-3, Pahade to serve.
Well, that's tomahawk serve was helpful in that second game and the third game. I think he used it both times. He just has to make sure it stays low.
Come on.
What's special about Pahade's pushes is that they're all half long. They're just barely long, and that makes it really difficult. Just like that, 2 points, just like that, half long. Jindal's waiting for something a little longer. And he's sort of not in position to lean forward into those. And the timing's different too.
It seems like a really nice way to try to nullify an attacker, right? Give him that ability to have to think, hey, if I swing for this, it could be bad. So if it's not quite long enough, I might not have enough room to actually take a full loop. And then at that point, if they play a long ball, you know you're going to have the opportunity to attack. Half long serve there, bringing the theme together.
That's right, Pahade is all about the half long.
It's great touch, great touch. Jindal opting to not take his towel break.
He's like in the tortoise and the hare, he's the hare. He wants to play. He wants to kind of keep the momentum going.
And I mean, Pahade's doing a good job of not letting him pressure him into fast pace.
This was really smart. So this was a little longer, but he added so much spin. Pahade added so much spin. And you can see Jindal, who was sort of too light on that loop. You have to break Jindal's mental game. And that's the goal here for Pahade, generate the frustration. End game is so important. I'm watching to see if Pahade continues to play like he does, or he sort of backs off and hopes Jindal makes a mistake. Because at this level, that's not going to be enough. That's a good serve from Pahade.
Yeah, when you're in the situation, maybe keep going back to what got you there.
That's right. Don't step away. Don't think the other person's going to let me win, because that's not their goal.
Stop.
I think he's overplaying Pahade. Slow down, take that towel break, take what you need, play your game, do what you did to get yourself there.
Now, do you think if he knows he's got one shot, he only needs 1 point, but he has multiple attempts to take maybe something big. You think it's good to take 2 points like he did, to just try to end it now, and then with the serve he can go back to his old tactics, or should he have just stayed at the old tactics the whole time? All right.
Come on.
Levels it all up, 2 games to 2 games.
Oh, he's so pumped. He kept Northwestern's dream alive.
I mean, you were saying the whole time that this could be the critical match, and that's what it played out to be. And he showed up, because he lost that game. Then their hopes were over. This match is over. Their series is over. But they're still in it.
They're definitely still in it. I'm going to return to your earlier question about, like, did you switch up your tactics, or should you, is it okay to take 2 points and just wait till you have
when you have that kind of a lead, right? Like, yeah. What is okay in that situation? Is it okay to gamble a little bit, or is
only if it's a good payoff? It's only okay to gamble if you have a good payoff.
I think risk reward on that one. He wins 1 point, game's over. But you don't want to throw yourself out of your rhythm either.
I think you should actually, Lily Tong, our U.S. national women's champion, always says play everything like 0-0, right? Like, I just need to play my game, my strategy. I know what I'm good at, and I'll execute it like that.
That sounds like amazing advice, especially from the consistency aspect. Like, it was already working. Why change?
Yeah. If it's not working, you should probably change something. But if you're up 10-6, it was working.
So then gambling's more like when you're behind and you're the one that's on the losing end of that gap.
That's right. That's right. That's a perfect way to put it.
Fifth game, Northwestern serve, 0-0.
All right, fifth and final game of the match. Maybe not the series.
I think momentum's going to be really important. Whoever kind of has the momentum on their side will have a good start. And I think the teammates in the chairs are going to really help with that.
Jindal comes out swinging, serving 2-1. At this critical time in this match, you kind of can't let that happen.
Just a lot of adrenaline. It makes it really challenging. I mean, this is it, especially for Northwestern.
That was one of the longer rallies we've seen so far from these two.
I think Pahade's going to go back to that half long. That really worked.
Just like you said right there. Nice half long serve. Gave him an opportunity. And he capitalized.
Pahade's attack may not look as powerful, it may not look as fast, but it is so hard to deal with. I think Jindal's only blocked a couple this entire match because they're so spinny. You see Jindal blocking them out because they have so much spin on them.
Looked like Jindal opting to go back to changing the pace again. Seems like we're seeing a theme of what's working. Pahade being confusing, playing the half long seems to be working, both of those strategies. Jindal changing the pace up, slowing it down, spinning it a little more, and then going on offense after he's got him into a rhythm.
Exactly. Pahade here is trying, I think he's being a little too soft. You see him be a little tentative, sort of leaning back. You see him lean forward a little bit. Sort of like feel that confidence. Remember, California, Jindal has one timeout remaining, could be super critical, especially if Pahade goes on a streak.
And I mean, we've seen him do it before, so it's not out of the question. But currently, Jindal has the 3-point advantage, still with the serve.
And his shots are hitting. So that's going to be tough for the Northwestern team. Good caution, Pahade, don't overplay. It's hard, it's so hard in that fifth game, in the end game. You got to play at 0-0.
Pahade just trying to hang in there. 1 point at a time. Serving 5-8. And just like it happened to Jindal a few games back, seems like when Pahade got warned about his serve toss, kind of made a little bit of a loose serve there. Looks like Pihade keeps going for that kind of backhand chop block wide, and they just keep floating wide off the table.
5 match points.
And that'll do it. Pihade catches the top of the net, and the ball floats a little bit long, and that ends this 5th game and actually locks up the series for California.
That was an incredible series of matches. I think it all really came down to this 4th matchup. And it's the end of the road for Northwestern. They should be proud of where they ended. And we'll see California move on. I was really impressed with Pihade actually in this match. You know, a lot of variation and the amount of confusion he was able to create. What a frustrating player to play. I'm glad I'm not out there playing him.
I mean, he definitely did look like he was in control at times, but that power and momentum seemed to kind of shift back and forth. And it's a win for the fans, even though it might not have been a win for Pihade and Northwestern.
It was great to see someone with sort of a different style. I really enjoyed that variation.
All right, so here on court 1, we're actually going to have the number 5 seed Texas versus the number 6 seed Syracuse.
Yep, we are going to go into the women's championship rounds for the knockouts. And into the quarterfinals. They've already started their match on table 2, and so we'll soon pick up with that on table 1. I think they're just going to get the team set up. So we'll be back in a little bit.
Always subside. Okay.
All right, and welcome back to the 2022 NCTTA College Table Tennis Women's Team Championships. We're actually in the quarterfinals, and we have Texas versus Syracuse. Right now on the table, we have Kelly Zhao and Rachel Yang. And it's going to be an interesting matchup. Texas is actually the hometown favorites. They had a lot of exciting matches yesterday in the round of 16, and they fought their way well into the quarterfinals. And we're going to see if we can bring some good action here. Currently, as is tradition, we have the players warming up, trying to get in a groove. Some of them may have been in the practice area warming up, and even in between then, sometimes you come sit down in the team booth and your legs can get a little bit stiff. So having that 2-minute warm-up is a great way to get back in the groove and get ready for your match. So just a little bit more backhand warm-up here before we get the match started. In Texas, or Syracuse, whoever wins this is going to be playing the winner of Duke versus California in the semifinals. And I'm sure either one of these teams would be very excited to move on into the semis, but they're going to have a strong match and tough opponents ahead of them, no matter who advances when they come against the 8th and 2nd seeds once they make it into the semifinals.
Match 1 of Texas against Syracuse.
Looks like we're getting started.
Game 1, Kelly to serve, 0-0.
All right, looks like Texas has the serve, and they're going to start things off for us. Man, look at that. Right away, comes out strong with a forehand flip. Kind of trying to set the precedent, say, hey, I'm here, I'm ready, I'm game.
0-1.
Kelly going for a big third ball attack there, misses just a little bit long.
Yesterday we watched Rachel Yang play. She is a very calm and composed player, plays right over the table, very fast.
2-1.
Rachel getting back into this pushing type rally that she likes to go and say, hey, you know, you go ahead, you open up, because I'm ready with the counter.
Yeah, Rachel, having watched her play yesterday, is very good at kind of the counter attack. And so she's comfortable doing that.
Did you see how much that ball bent on that serve? She put a lot of side spin and kicked right into the body of Rachel, and it worked out for Kelly. Nice backhand exchange there.
And watch Rachel, she's very much over the table. She's very close to the table, and the pace is very quick.
I mean, they're definitely swinging. They're going for these shots. They're trying to apply pressure and maybe set a precedence with their opponent.
Yeah, women's table tennis can be super fast. Each rally can go super quickly, and it's sort of a battle of who's faster.
Look at that exchange. Nice rally, back and forth. Good punching, good blocking, good counterplay.
Yeah, this is the epitome of the women's table tennis. A lot of over the table, kind of an exciting rally.
She's really liking that side spin backhand serve.
Yeah, it was had some underspin on it too. See, Rachel went for the swing and it went to the net.
And Kelly's fired up, and rightfully so.
Yeah, both of these players are really favoring serving long. This is a big contrast to what we saw in the previous matches in the co-ed team final.
See Kelly giving a little bit of, I'm sorry, etiquette. Ball just barely caught the top of the net. So Kelly with those long serves, she just seems like she wants to get the action started, get right into those fast rallies.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a theme for this match, right? It's actually, unlike in the men's game we saw, whoever attacked first usually won. Looks like whoever is attacking first has other people counter it.
Whoever has the better chain of attacks.
That's right.
Because it seems as though they both want to attack first. So a little bit of a slip there on the opening shot for Kelly. Puts Rachel at 11-6, winning the first game of their first match of the series.
I'm really impressed with Rachel's over-the-table play, right? She really felt in control, and it was Kelly who was kind of backing up and like struggling to keep up with Rachel's pace. I think what's going to be important for Kelly in this next round is to make sure that she kind of takes a little bit of that away. I didn't see Rachel miss a lot, you know, when she was countering. So I think that's going to be important. Maybe instead of going fast, to go really spinny, or to go into the middle instead of Rachel's wings, where she's really good.
So Rachel seems like she might be kind of confident in her strategy and the way she wants to play. Looking on, watching her teammates play a match, being supportive. But Kelly's definitely looking for a couple tips. See how she can figure out how to course correct and get back into this in the second game. Because of course you want to be 1-1, right? You don't want to go into that third game down 2-0, because then you're facing a reverse sweep.
And this is an important match for Texas. Like, they don't want to go battling all the way down into the doubles.
Super fast counterplay on the rally. Those hands, so quick.
Yeah, Rachel, I said right over the table. She barely lets the ball bounce before she hits it. It's such a fast pace to play against.
Looking for the counterplay there, but just misses the ball a little long.
Rachel looks so calm.
Fantastic serve. Almost looked like Kelly put a little bit of dead on that one. Comes back out with a nice long spinny serve, setting up her forehand attack. unfortunate there. The net catches the ball and it double bounces on the other side of the table. Nice serve there from Kelly. Getting her opponent, Rachel, to float the ball a little bit long. Giving her the 6-2 lead. Man. Rachel tried to play a fast ball to catch Kelly off guard, but just didn't quite catch the edge of the table.
So Rachel plays very spinny on her backhand and then very quick on the forehand, so that pacing change should be challenging.
Oh, we got the loop to loop, but the net decides it wants to take a hand in the outcome of that point. Kelly on the offensive really pushes that gap in the lead out a little bit farther.
I think for Kelly, she just needs to hold on to this game. Not rush, kind of do what she was doing, because I feel the frustration, coming into her. And an 8-4 is a good lead, but it can disappear super fast.
It's kind of unfortunate that that can happen, right? You're up, you have every reason to be high spirits, and your opponents, they can find ways to frustrate you even if they're losing. So let's see if Kelly can hang on and not let that get into her head. Make a smart play here and bring us to 9-7. And Kelly with the big third ball attack. Set her opponent up nicely, got the long receive, and was able to capitalize. Man, you got Rachel with a great punch there.
Rachel's backhand super, super quick, so if you could give her something a little short or a little high, it's time to go pick up the ball.
So Rachel with some good tactical play and pace control brings it back to 9-9. Giving herself a chance to widen the margin on games to 2-0.
Oh. I think Kelly probably take a moment. I think she's rushing. That's pretty normal at the end of the game. There we go. She took her time.
Collects herself before the serve and pulls off a really, really good combination there to bring us the deuce. Kelly's awfully fired up.
She knows how important this game is, this match is for the team. And she was up 8-4.
And Kelly sends the tricky serve long, forces Rachel into a small mistake, and that's all it took.
Exactly. Looks like Kelly was, had a string where she was overplaying. And she was playing too hard. You felt sort of like she was rushing. You felt that adrenaline through her. And when she was down 9-10 and took that moment to collect herself, that really changed the trajectory.
So now we have this match all tied up at 1-1. And we see something a little bit different from Rachel in her corner this time. Last time, she came back to the table almost like, I've got this. I think my plan's working. Watching her teammates play, but right now she's actually in the corner, engaged with her teammates, active, trying to maybe hunt for a strategy to see what went wrong and what she can do better.
Yep. Kelly is serving a lot of heavy topspin long into Rachel's forehand, and sometimes Rachel is able to just gently loop it up, and that caused Kelly some problems when she lost that string of points. But that's also how Kelly won in the deuce, right? So I think Kelly's trying to figure out how to, first of all, how to not have Rachel hit that backhand. Because that one is like, Rachel hits the backhand, it's so fast, probably not going to get it. Also how to set Kelly up for attack that Rachel can't block.
Kelly to serve.
And that long serve to the forehand might be a good way to get there.
All right, well, let's see how Kelly chooses to take the play, starting with a serve in game 3.
Kelly's serving almost exclusively long, and I think it's been working. Yeah, the long serves have been working. This was a variation to go short and open the attack. But Rachel's control is really good, and so Kelly's made a lot of mistakes on that opening.
All right, Rachel's chance to answer. She gets the long push, but it looked like Kelly just revved it up a little bit, gave it a little bit of extra on the spin. Rachel couldn't quite lift it over the net. But we can see Kelly, she's very positive right now. She's got a lot of energy. So I think she's in a good place and feels like her strokes are where she needs them to be. And right back to that long serve that you were talking about.
It's really working for her. I see Kelly as really being the one who's opening, the one who's playing extremely aggressive. And if she can hit those shots, I mean, she's in control.
Kelly going back to the well, but Rachel said not this time.
Yeah, this time Kelly went, actually, Rachel was just standing there. Like, she went right into Rachel's hand. And that made it challenging for her. If she just moves it a little bit, that attack can be more useful.
Kelly willing to engage in that backhand push battle, kind of revving some up and deadening the spin on some. We have a backhand war there. Almost kind of challenging, like, hey, let's see whose backhand's better.
Yeah.
Kelly serving that signature long backhand serve. Kind of catches the edge of the racket on the third ball. This time looks like maybe a little bit of spin variation.
That backhand serve long into Rachel's forehand is working, and she's using it with really nice variation throughout.
And Rachel with an exciting forehand there. Very nice, very crisp. Rachel played very patiently, got the ball she wanted, but the attack just got away from her a little bit.
I love the word crisp to describe how Rachel plays. It's just a very short stroke, it's great contact, and when she hits it, it's really hard to return. Kelly again with this 8-4 lead.
And just like that, she extends it to 9-4. Being down 5 points. What's Rachel got to do?
Return this topspin serve into the forehand.
You called it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, it's working really well. 10-4 for Kelly. backhand. That's really a great way to describe Rachel's shots, how she plays, very crisp motions.
And Rachel's hanging in there. She's doing what she can, point by point. She doesn't look like she's frustrated or too much energy, that she's just present and in the moment.
Yeah, she always looks really calm and composed. I saw that yesterday from her as well. It can be unnerving for your opponent, actually, to keep your energy up when someone else is so calm and collected. And that's it, tops and serve into the forehand. Forehand and middle, Kelly's moving it around, but that gives her the opportunity. And now the lead, 2-1.
So Kelly managing to pull out 2 games back to back. It seems like the strategy that she decided to go with, going more to that long serve to force the pace of play to be a little bit quicker, kind of suits her. So right now with Kelly and Rachel, you have the first player wins first game. Seems high confidence. But now your opponent comes back and wins 2 in a row. So now you're down 2-1. You know if you lose this next game, that first match is out, you lose that point for your team. What are the thoughts? What's something that you're thinking about right now?
You know, I think as a player, not thinking about all of you're trying very hard not to think about all the consequences of what's going to happen, and really concentrating on the game and the next serve. And the strategy. And I think for Rachel, the big thing is returning that serve from Kelly. Kelly's going to keep going long topspin into the forehand, into the middle with that backhand serve. And Rachel needs to be able to return it in a way that doesn't result in Kelly just pounding the next one.
And that's the one thing she has no control over, right? Your opponent gets to serve wherever they want, so you kind of have to find an answer.
Oh, so Rachel coming out with the long serve.
So
refusing maybe to engage in this push-push rally from before.
And Rachel deciding to try and give Kelly a little bit of her own medicine, but Kelly was plenty comfortable playing that backhand to backhand exchange. Kind of double net on both of those shots. A little unfortunate for both players.
You know, I see a little bit of a break in the cool and collectedness of Rachel. I think she's a little frustrated and looking for an answer.
A little bit of a misstep there from Kelly. She had the ball set up. She had a sitter right in front of her. Went for the attack and just barely mistimed it. And great save there from Rachel to hang in and ultimately pull off the point in that exchange.
Oh, it was a great rally. I think Rachel showing her ability to rally at a high speed and to change the trajectories of the ball. I think that can be really confusing.
And to even stay composed. One of those shots in the middle of that rally caught a little bit of the net. She was just calm, collected, and kept it on the table, didn't overplay. You can see a little bit of the indecision there on Rachel's part, right to the middle, kind of starting backhand, shifting to actually play the forehand. So it was great by Kelly to try and keep it right at her transition point, right at her elbow. And there it is. It seems Rachel doesn't have an answer for that serve, but Kelly's also doing good using it sparingly, not just every single time.
Exactly. So here's Rachel has a lot of strengths, but one of them that we're seeing right now is she needs to be more consistent than Kelly. She needs to be able to hit more balls. And when she isn't able to do that, you can see the frustration. Like that, like a little bit of frustration. I think Rachel's like, I'm supposed to be the consistent one. I'm not attacking all the time. I'm choosing my shots. But if I can't win in these long rallies, then it's like taking away your superpower. Kelly setting
to
up
serve.
for that forehand.
There it is. An interesting point is you see it coming, but then that also gives Kelly the option to maybe switch it up. Same backhand, telegraph, and maybe throw short under.
That's right.
Should probably save that for 10-10, 9-9.
Might do it right now.
Unfortunate there. See if the players, they opt to not go for their towel break. Great exchange there. Wonderful back and forth between these two players. Some of those backhand pushes, we almost have a little bit of a cat and mouse exchange there. And there we see it again. Who's gonna blink first? Who wants to open up? Takes a lot of patience to stay collected in there, knowing that your opponent's kind of saying, hey, go ahead. I'm ready for it.
And when Kelly missed it, she was clearly frustrated. It's still frustrating on the losing end of that kind of point.
Great forehand loop there from Kelly. And Rachel still has one serve left to try and even things all back up. So a little unfortunate there. Rachel had the serve. It was 8-8. Typically you have the advantage in that situation, but she let it slip a little bit, and now she's down. Kelly opens right back up to the long serve that's been working all match and manages to close it out.
Really great play by Kelly throughout. I think that backhand serve into the forehand that was tossed was really, really helpful for her. And now taking a point for Texas, giving them a 2-1 lead. But I have a feeling that it may end up going to doubles, but we'll see. It's an exciting day of table tennis here at the NCTTA Championships.
them down. Make sure the handles are inside the table. So they don't get knocked off or something. There we go. Blue or red? Red. You get choice of serve or side. You want to serve? Choice of side.
We are back in the women's team championship at the 2022 NCTTA National Championships. Super excited to be here, and this is the 5th and final match of this team tie between Texas and Syracuse for a place into the semifinal. So the winner of this match moves forward into the semifinal. This is a nice matchup between the number 5 seed, Texas, and the number 6 seed, Syracuse. Have these players warming up for us. 2-minute warm up. You know, for the Texas team, this is their hometown. Excited to see them. And I think they're really looking to move forward. Welcome back. I think we're about to get started here. And this is really exciting. I mean, the winner moves forward into the semifinal.
Team contest between Texas and Syracuse. Game 1. Syracuse serves 0-0. Let.
Wonderful counter looping play there. I mean, these girls opened up, decided they wanted to put on a show.
Awesome first point, and really shows how much it means to both of these teams. Let's watch out for the Fury rallies.
So just a little bit of a miss there. Texas with a little get out of jail free card there on the push. Nice wide angles. She really forced Rachel to have to get way out there to to receive that shot.
Also, right setup for Syracuse. I think that's exactly what they were looking for. They start landing it, they'll probably be in good place.
4-2.
Fantastic punch there. Texas extending their lead, 5-2.
Texas is really the more aggressive pair here. So they're going to be pushing the attack, and that can be extremely powerful in doubles as long as they execute appropriately.
And you can see that aggression even in that miss there. She still went for the rip.
Let 3-5.
And it pays off for him in this rally.
I think watch out for Texas taking the initiative. And that's what they're going to do. And if they can be consistent in taking that initiative, they're going to give themselves an upper hand.
7-3.
So Texas trying to make a statement. Let Syracuse know that, hey, we're here and we're ready to fight this out.
Crisp shot by Rachel, really crisp, small forehand motion. The ball is so low when it goes over.
Nice big opening backhand to start off that exchange.
Texas still very much in control.
Rachel with great counterplay, nice punchy backhand. Goes ahead and try to shorten that gap. And then Texas with the answer.
Yeah, Kelly just went for that.
And here we see again Kelly's nice fast backhand serve. Seems to set up nicely for doubles. It's like that perfect angle on that cross-court serve.
That was a good move by Rao. So Kelly going for the long serve, just like she did in singles, and she's different in doubles. But Rao, instead of using her backhand, used her forehand, and that gave the Texas team a big advantage in that rally.
7-10.
Rao with the wonderful serve. Trying close the point gap. Trying to save 3 game points.
Not enough.
So Texas comes out, takes the first point of the match.
You know, I think Texas has the upper hand if they're playing like this. They are taking the initiative, they are attacking. And I think on the Syracuse side, both for Rachel and Priya, I think they like to counter hit more. And that's a really good strategy in singles. It's harder to execute in doubles because you have to run around your partner, you have to set up your partner. And usually the typical, like, straightforward double strategy is to, like, serve and attack because it's so hard to block and get in position.
And that's the strength of both of their games, correct?
Yes, exactly. So for Texas, they're serving and attacking. But the strength for both Priya and Rachel is the counter hitting, and that can be more challenging to execute in doubles.
Now, do you think we'll see anything here because the players change, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're going to be hitting to another person. I'm not sure how it's going to play out. We'll see, because actually on both sides, they both have similar styles, right? So the Syracuse team, both players have a similar style. On the Texas team, both players are kind of very aggressive in their doubles play. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Texas to serve.
Kelly getting a little bit of information from her teammate of what serve she prefers. Opting for the long push, giving Syracuse the chance to go on the offensive. An amazing setup there by Kelly.
And great execution by Eden to take that forehand. I think Texas needs to stay in control of the match if they continue to make those types of setup shots.
And a nice tactical chess match there, going back and forth, taking angles, speeding up the pace of play, but it goes in Texas's favor. And the counterplay was wonderful. Syracuse managing to pull out the point.
Watch, Rachel added some speed, you know, that's Syracuse's ability. And so I think for Texas, they actually want to get into serve, backspin, and attack, like a serve and attack. Whereas for Syracuse, we want to extend this long rally because they're so good at countering.
Wonderful opening shot by Rachel. Priya trying to set Rachel up with a third ball attack, but Kelly had a really nice opening receive. Score is 5-3, Texas.
So this is normally a risky move by Kelly. Serve, long topspin into your opponent's forehand, but she just played Rachel, and she knows that that serve works. She's going to use all that knowledge.
So I almost wonder if Syracuse was trying to set up the doubles to have the best chance to win the first game, put the pressure on, because they know that Kelly already had so much success against Rachel.
I think Syracuse is a little bit outplayed here. They're having trouble picking up the attack. And when they do, Texas is all over them. And so they're trying to attack, and it's becoming more challenging. So got outplayed a little bit in this game. And Texas in control.
So you have to wonder, in that setup, with them starting the attack, trying to go on the offensive, is Syracuse maybe going, hey, our original A plan isn't working, maybe we need to go to plan B or C and see if we can find any success there?
Yeah, I think they're going to try to attack more. But it's tough because both of these players' strengths are not their third ball attacks, right? We saw them play in their singles matches where they're very strategic. They push a lot and they wait. But again, it's harder to do. I think we are going to see some more attacking. And we're also going to see Syracuse try to control the ball in the way that they can predict where Texas is going to hit it. So then they can have that more powerful counter.
And as you alluded to earlier, it's almost kind of more difficult for Syracuse because the way to play doubles dynamically isn't necessarily their natural style of play.
And sometimes it can be really difficult to adjust. Yeah.
All right, well, let's see what their adjustment is and how they try to execute it.
Just a little bit of a lucky break for Syracuse. I think that serve was not intended to go like that.
So the long underspin serve does not play out to a point for Syracuse. Does Texas keep the pedal on the gas? Wonderful attack by Kelly. She saw that ball, saw something she liked, and just committed.
I mean, Texas is continuing their strategy, right? Take the aggressive attack.
You can tell Priya, she kind of didn't quite commit to lifting that ball. You could see it in her face. Wonderful backhand by Eden.
Texas very much in control. They either attack or they just go into the pushing rally, and they're comfortable in both. And they're doing a great job here. Yeah, the goal is to not overplay, because just like we saw in some earlier matches, if you get frustrated, you can lose a chain of points.
Oh, we hope that doesn't happen from either team, that we have a nice even exchange back and forth with some good highlights, some good play for the fans. I think the only way I'd be happy with the team losing a chain of points is if the other team comes right behind with their own chain of points to tie it back up. But still, Syracuse has a lot of work to do here. Down 5 points. This game, they lose, ends the series.
Yeah, and they're not looking too confident right now. I think they're struggling with all different kinds of rallies. They're not winning the pushing rallies. They're not quite winning the attacking rallies. So they need to come up with something different. And Texas is on fire. I mean, they're not missing. They're playing confident.
And Syracuse almost looks a little hesitant on those counter plays. Like trying to keep it on the table, not trying to add more pace.
Good effort by Rachel. I mean, it would have been a great shot. Just nicked the edge of her racket. And now it's time for Texas to secure moving on. And they do it.
And just like that, Texas wins the match. And it looks like Syracuse is now going to be out while Texas moves on to the semis.
And what a great opportunity for Texas playing in their hometown to move on to the semifinals. And great effort by both teams. I mean, went to doubles, and that's what we like to see here.
So if Texas has to play Duke or California, either one of those is a tall order for them, correct?
Yeah, it's going to be a great fight. But, you know, that's what the semifinals is all about. So we're looking forward to that. And
all right, well, we'd like to thank you all for hanging out with us for the morning round on Court 1. We've had a wonderful lot of excitement, a lot of wonderful plays, but we'll be signing off for now. This is Logan Zimmerman with Barbara Way, and we're wishing you a good afternoon, and please come join us back for the fireworks and the later matches.
thank you.
blue and red. Blue. Here. Okay, red. Red. You have to receive. Okay. You have to serve. Okay. And which side you prefer? You have to decide this side there. Okay. Okay, that's good. Let's turn off.
And welcome back to day 2 of the 2022 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the round of 8 co-ed teams, UC Berkeley versus Texas Wesleyan. Representing UC Berkeley is Nathan Lee. Representing Texas Wesleyan is Lucas Ito. We had the pleasure of seeing Nathan Lee play doubles yesterday. Very spirited doubles event. Obviously, he and Nikhil gave it all they had in doubles, and they advanced as deep as they could. Obviously, Nathan has some good experience coming into this tournament. I know that California obviously is a very strong program overall, and Nathan Lee is a great addition to that team. It's the first time that we're going to be seeing Lucas Ito in action this weekend, representing Texas Wesleyan. He's also a newcomer to that program, so we're excited to see what we have here in this second singles slot of the round of 8 co-ed teams. Again, I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Matt Hetherington, and you are watching the warm-ups of the round 2 co-ed teams, Texas Wesleyan versus UC Berkeley. Matt, so far on this day 2 here, what is it that we have up and coming that you're looking forward to seeing?
Well, we're getting to crunch time with the co-ed team events, and I think this is really the heart of the event for me. As much as I love seeing the individual events, I think the team spirit and the whole the school's team spirit vibe is what I love about college table tennis. So basically the right here, right now is my favorite part of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just going to see so much more passion, I think, out of these players because there's so much at stake for them having a team. And as we see here, Lucas Ito is a possibility. He's a chopper. So that could be a little bit interesting against Nathan Lee. We saw him yesterday. He's a 2-wing player. Obviously a little bit more rhythm spinning off both sides. So let's see what this is going to present for us. It sounds like California has a chopper in their lineup. Wesleyan has a chopper in their lineup. So it's going to be an exciting team match here.
Yeah, it's great to see some different styles here. Of course, for us in the commentary booth as well, it's good to, you know, have some interesting players, some differences in style. So I love watching choppers play. Could be a little challenging for Nathan though. I know in the doubles yesterday, he's very comfortable against topspin. He's got some really nice, kind of almost more direct shots against topspin. Against heavy backspin, there's a possibility that he could struggle a little bit more. He's definitely better in topspin rallies. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this match. And you know, at this stage of the event, I mean, these are both very strong teams. They're both teams that I think 2017 they played in the final. So you know, they're both of a very high standard. But every single match is crucially important.
And the interesting thing, you mentioned that 2017, it just doesn't seem like that long ago, but it clearly was. So, you know, a lot of new faces for these programs, except, you know, with the exception of Angela Guang of UC Berkeley. She's obviously I don't know if her eligibility is ever going to run out, but she's still here, fighting, playing along, leading that Berkeley program.
She's using the expedite role for
yes. She's using her COVID year wisely. So the rest of the team is fairly new. So excited to see what they're going to do in their first year on such a big stage. We've got a tight one here in game one. Nathan Lee with a slight lead, 6-5 in game number one.
You can see he's opting for more control pushes on the backhand side and using the forehand. Not sure, you know, especially in this opening game, probably a little bit less comfortable opening on the backhand. But then, of course, having a chopper in your team is really handy during the warm-ups. If you have an idea of how the order is going to be, I'm sure he will have had some practice sessions with Angela to get prepared for this match.
Yeah, and I love it. There, Lucas Ito showing that he's more than just a chopper. He is truly a modern-day defender, electing to chop heavy on the backhand side, but then just rips on the forehand side.
And really going after every ball. He's actually quite nimble, especially when he's moving to attack. So that's a really big factor for, you know, how you look at modern defensive players is the fact that they can almost go after any ball with their forehand. And he's absolutely pumped here.
Yeah, there's just so much energy and fight coming out of him in this opening game. Obviously, it's critical with the lineup that Texas Wesleyan opted to put out. We might say that it's not the strongest one that they could have fielded, depending on what they wanted to do. So he knows that his point is going to be critical to Wesleyan advancing out of this round of 8. And again, that's just such a tough ball to really read. He just dumps it in the bottom. And I don't think people at home realize the spin that the chopper is able to impart on that ball, even if it's sitting up high.
I mean, this is a good strategy for Ito, is balancing the defense and attack. As soon as he opens the first ball, you know, he's not playing big, powerful shots on the first ball. He's actually playing with a lot of topspin rotation. And once he plays that first ball, he's pushing Lee into blocking and to controlling the ball. And I think Lee's placement hasn't been good enough to kind of neutralize that attack.
And I love it because he's able to pick up even the lowest ball on that forehand side. And instead of, like you said, going for a heavy power loop, it's a big swing, but there's just more rotation on the ball than there is depth and speed, and that allows really that next ball to kick up a little bit. So then he steps in the table. So I love what I just saw from Lucas Ito there in game one. He didn't look like Nathan Lee was going to be able to give him anything really too troubling. It's a possibility that he might have to start slower and shorter to get the point started versus giving him anything with depth. Depth and angles is something that defenders love. Am I correct?
Yes, to a degree. He needs a lot more variance. I just think overall he let Ito attack too much, and you could just tell by the energy, and he was just like supercharged. And when a chopper gets into that zone and they're, you know, looking for forehand opportunities, he's going to go after those forehands all the time. And as long as he has that confidence, you leave yourself open to him continuing to attack all the time. And I think Lee was just too passive. He let the first attack come, and when the first attack was going on the table, he was kind of just blocking the ball on. The placement was a little bit center table. It was easy for him to pick up another forehand and keep picking up another forehand and another forehand. And typically speaking, when a modern defender attacks, if you're controlling the ball, it's about driving the ball as far into their backhand side as you can, because you've got to put them back on the defensive. You can't let them continue to attack.
And is it a possibility that Nathan just feels more comfortable actually playing the forehand side because there's less deception that he has to deal with playing against a chopper and those pips that he's dealing with. He just feels more comfortable playing the topspin side.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing that he has to deal with is the racket flipping as well. But like that, the amount of rotation on the ball it's a little bit too heavy for him to control. And he's struggling, you know, even these backhand blocks, which you would think are, you know, bread and butter for players of this level. There's so much rotation, he's just popping the ball over the end. And basically you end up in a situation where you're trying to deal with a problem instead of preventing it from happening. And it's a huge issue for, you know, table tennis tactics and building tactics. Is don't try and deal with a ball that you don't like. You've got to try and stop it from happening. So he's got to stop this forehand attack from being so frequent. I mean, we're looking at every single point almost. But, you know, I think from what we've seen so far, he's just not comfortable with this step around angle going across into the backhand corner, right? That opposite angle can be really hard to build body weight into.
And there we see it again, just some amazing topspin coming from Ito. Nathaniel Lee electing to take the forehand, trying to drive the ball a little bit out wide to the forehand side, and again, he just carried it long because there's just too much rotation on that ball. At some point, you think that maybe from the corner of UC Berkeley, them having a chopper on their team, they might call a timeout before this gets too far out of hand, and maybe change up the strategy a little bit.
Just a little bit of better variation from Lee. Good body placement as well with the backhand block, but you know, the trick for him is balancing, controlling the topspin and being able to pressure the ball at the same time. But I think even these, you know, when he's pushing, the half-long ball is going to get the most topspin rotation. You know, it's not going to have power, it's going to have really heavy topspin. So he's actually better off pushing long instead of playing half-long.
It gets away with a forehand there that nipped the edge down the line. Lee trails by one here, 5-4 in game number 2. Again, you're watching round number 8 of the co-ed team event. It's Texas Wesleyan versus California. Got Lucas Ito in the black shirt for Texas Wesleyan, Nathan Lee of UC Berkeley in the yellow shirt.
He's actually made some great backhand openings this game, a couple of them. And he's much more comfortable with that angle cross court from the backhand.
And you just hate to see a player, you know, just give away return of serve or dump those balls in the net, especially how critical each one of these points is for Nathan to try to even this up to go into the third game. He does not want to go down 2-0 with Lucas having all of this momentum.
That's a great forehand play. You can see that cross-court angle from the forehand. He's fine, a lot more comfortable than playing the opposite angle.
Looks like Nikhil Kumar has match point on table number 2 as he leads 10-8 in the third game.
Go.
I think for him, for Nathan Lee, getting the serve more across, short to the forehand. You know, a lot of defensive players are anchored on their backhand corner. You've got to get him away from that comfort zone first.
There, a rare miss from Ito on that forehand side. We've seen him be able to pick up all of those balls, whether it be low or long or short. He just moves in and out of the table really well, but that one he just missed. And another miss, top side, topspin serve long off the net. Gives Nathan Lee a chance to get back in the second game.
A little bit tentative on the serve return. I think a couple of serves, I mean, they're quick and there's a lot of rotation on them, but they're still relatively tight on the table. They're not too long. He almost looks like he's unsure how to receive them.
And just like that, as quick as he had a lead, he gave it right back. Nathan Lee to serve, trailing 8-9. Oh, and Lucas Ito just saw that ball coming from a mile away. He was stepping into the table before the ball even landed, and he was able to deposit that forehand to the open court. And Lucas Ito has game point here in the second game, 10-8. Serve is on his paddle.
Yeah, it just seems a lot of occasions there's just incomplete weight transfer or not total commitment to the shot selection he's making. I mean, there's a couple of backhand loops towards the end of that game. Doesn't really build enough acceleration into the shot. It's almost like his body weight's kind of half in the shot and half not. And that kind of indecisiveness is poison against choppers. You know, you've got to commit to every single shot. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to hit really powerful, but there's no room to kind of back away from your shots or not fully commit to them. And I think that's the biggest thing that's costing Nathan so far in the match.
Yeah, just not committing to the shot, indecisiveness on maybe where he wants to take that ball, whether it be cross court or down the line. And it's a lot of pressure as well on the backhand side as Nathan Lee favors the forehand. We've seen him hit great backhands. We saw it yesterday in doubles, but today he's just not able to really get anything started on that side, and that could be some more so of a confidence thing than it is him not having the shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of it, but also if you look at the construction of the points, he's playing cross court from that side all the time. And typically when you're playing that cross court angle, the majority of the time, the other person's going to play back across that angle. It's kind of a telegraphed thing that a lot of players do. And the fact that he hasn't really played down the line that much or served down the line, he hasn't really given himself opportunities for the ball to come to his forehand, unless it's when Ito's attacking. And that's something that he's struggling with anyway. So, you know, I think he hasn't really set himself up for his best shots as well as he possibly could have so far. And I think Ito's been phenomenal. I mean, the work that he's putting in to go after those forehand attacks is has been very impressive so far this match.
Yeah, and the key word there is work. I mean, he is moving all over this table, impressive footwork. His ability to come in and out of the table, his ability to go side to side is just amazing, but he just steps back into the table so well to start his attack.
And that's a couple of points in a row of hesitance again. And, you know, against the chopper, when you're trying to drop the ball short, sometimes if you're hesitating, it's better to actually just push long and commit to the long ball. But again, I think one of the problems for Lee in this match is that he does have quite a flat drive. I mean, he's obviously using a harder, tackier rubber. So he's driving through the ball more. I just don't think he's getting enough rotation. And you can see there again, it's almost like he's stopping a little bit too early on the follow through. And you can just see the ball doesn't have the contact to get over the net.
Yeah, but Lee, again, early in these games, he's been able to keep it close. He really hasn't been completely out of the games. There's been opportunities where he's tied it up, he's taken a slight lead, but again, he just hasn't been able to put enough points together to really separate himself from Ito to get back into this match. Even right now, it's only 5-4 in the third game, and you know, even being down 2 games, you could easily come back from this, but we just need him to put together a couple really solid points here to get him back, give him some confidence in this match. table number 2. Angela Long is facing off against
Tomoike.
Tomoike. We saw Tomoike with some impressive J-pin work there in that doubles match yesterday.
2 attack versus defense matches on the live stream. These next few points could be make or break really for Berkeley. Has to capitalize off this serve.
And we haven't seen that all match, but clearly something that Nathan Lee has. He maybe hasn't felt comfortable over that ball earlier in this match, but a beautiful backhand punch down the line to even it at 6-all here in the 3rd game. Love to be able to see that from him a little bit more as we continue on and take some of the pressure off those forehands that he had just been missing.
Yeah, and I think his first ball placement towards the elbow really set him up well. You know, he needs to think about the placement more. You can see he's starting to, even though it was a loose ball, just starting to target that inside of the center line of the table towards the backhand corner and the elbow. If he can get Ito to be a little bit off balance on one of those loops, then he can hit the wings.
And again, Nathan Lee still very in this at 7-all, game number 3. He hits his opening forehand. That's exactly what he needs. To me, that ball looked a little bit more safe, more arc, more net clearance. And that ball gave Ito a little bit of trouble. He wasn't able to counter it. Oh, an impressive point. The display of some fishing and some lobbing there from Lucas Ito. But Nathan Lee was able to stay on the attack, continue to put pressure on the forehand side there. And he has 2-point lead here, 9-7, game number 3. This is exactly what we expected to see from Nathan Lee starting this match off. On an impressive series of forehands there from Lucas Ito, who is still fighting.
I thought Lee was a little bit passive on that ball that went wider to his forehand. Kind of just slid the ball back onto the table when he could have attacked.
And just like that, the lead disappears. Lucas Ito ties it up at 9-all in game number 3. If you're just tuning in, you are watching the 3rd game of the tie between UC Berkeley and Texas Wesleyan in round of 8 of the 2022 National Collegiate Table Tennis Championships. I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Matt Hetherington, and we are in for an exciting afternoon of college table tennis.
It's a much better job controlling the depth as well as the placement. So those backhand balls kind of depth half long on the table.
Lee has his first game point here of this match. And an unlucky net ball that sails long, and Nathan Lee takes game number 3. And hats off to Nathan Lee for staying in this match, keeping his composure, being able to keep the match close. And then we saw some things towards the tail end of that match that we had not seen from him in the first 2 games. And now he has life now in this match. He's getting some coaching, some really tips, some trying to get fired up from his teammate Nikhil Kumar, who just won his opening singles out on table number 2. Matt, at this point, going into the 4th game, what do you think Nathan has to do to be able to knot this up and go to the 5th?
I think he has to be a lot more tactful, and it's interesting timing. You see Nikhil finish his match basically after the first 2 games here and then come over. Nikhil's a very tactical player, and so he shows up on the bench. Suddenly there's a little bit of a shift, and I think for Nathan, it's cutting down the unforced errors, especially on the serve receive and in the tight play close to the net. There are just a couple of unforced errors there that he needs to work out of his game. But he was much better controlling the spin and the speed, but also having very sharp placement with his control against the topspin ball. So, you know, we saw him make a lot of unforced errors trying to block the topspin loops from Ito in the beginning. And it almost seems like he's more comfortable there now. And so we've seen him actually start to target that and use it to his advantage.
Really good placement and depth there, placement from Nathan Lee. He pushed it, but it was just really short, and it allowed Lucas. He had to do a lot of work to try to get back in and hit that forehand. He overhits just a little bit.
But Ito is still doing a very impressive job to continue looking for those forehands, countering on the forehand side. I think he knows this is still the key to him winning this match, is to keep going for those forehand shots.
I mean, despite taking that ball long, I still like that forehand that Nathan just went after. He just sailed a little long, but he did have more than net clearance. Earlier you talked about some of the weight transfer. He definitely had it on that forehand.
Great control from both players. Ito just clinging on with his defense enough. And you can see him starting to go more down the line. So he's targeting that backhand side more. Again, those unforced errors just creeping in. And this is the kind of thing that's going to give a player like Lucas Ito more confidence, because, you know, when you're playing defensively, sometimes you get to a point where you run out of options. You have that restriction of continuously having to play defensively, and then you're forced to attack. So far, he's been pretty comfortable on attack throughout most of the match. And so, but, you know, it takes a lot of energy. So if he can go back to defending and win points, you know, in the first 3 or 4 balls of the sequence, saves a lot of energy for him, really takes the pressure off, you know, especially after losing game 3, to come back out here and have more unforced errors and to have this 4-1 lead, just gives him a little bit of breathing room. And, you know, for choppers, being relaxed is paramount. It's like you've got to have good control of even your breathing and your muscles, and just stay very loose. So this small lead, it might be enough for him to just totally loosen up again and feel much more comfortable in this match.
Yeah, well, they're coming out of what I would consider a very smart timeout call by UC Berkeley. The last thing that Nathan Lee wants to do is dig himself a big hole in this 4th game after he fought back so hard to take that 3rd. And he just wanted the 2nd point of the game. He trails 4-2. And again, Lucas Ito giving him some life in this point. It looks like he started off with some of the same rhythms that we saw in the first 2 games. And right now, Nathan Lee is right back in this 4th game.
And you can see just ball after ball going onto that forehand side, and it's just, the placement's a little better than it was before, but it's just too much comfort. You can't continuously return the ball to the forehand side.
And a beautiful back forehand drive to the open court there by Nathan Lee. I think that's something that in his corner, his teammate Nikhil Kumar was motioning to him earlier about taking that ball on the top, not allowing himself to be off the table and opening up to that forehand side. Beautiful forehand there by Nathan Lee. And another great block by Nathan Lee, backhand reactionary block, if you will, to the open court. I mean, just the ability to have some control over your body and racket angle when you're on, you know, off balance, if you will. Great fight here from Nathan Lee. Evens it up 5-all in game number 4.
He's got to be careful with those kinds of shots. I think that kind of float push where he's trying to control the backspin, sometimes he's kind of lifting the ball a little bit too much. He's presenting some slightly too easy opportunities for Ito.
And again, now he's using that backhand block a little bit more. Looks like he's He is trying to drive a little bit more off the backhand block instead of just leaving it there. He knows that the spin that Lucas Ito is imparting is really heavy, so he's got to probably close that racket angle a little bit more to keep it down, and that does look like it's giving Lucas Ito a little bit of trouble on some of those forehands.
So really, I mean, if he's going to continue to play to the forehand, it's about where he's playing on the table. You can see that one, getting him in the middle, then getting him wide, or going the opposite way, getting him out wide, then moving him back to the middle. He's got to make sure, if Lucas is playing forehands, that he's not comfortable.
And Lucas tries to be a little sneaky there with a inside-out backhand push to the open court, but it sails a little long, gives Nathan Lee a 2-point lead here. Something that he has not experienced much in this match, but he's up 8-6 here in game number 4.
Definitely should have looped that serve.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday that any serve really long and spinning, you really need to be looking to open up your attack early.
And it's interesting to see Ito opting to use more top side spin variations. He's seen that Lee's comfortable pushing that first ball, and you know, maybe doesn't have the confidence to open the first ball, so serving top side spin is a good strategy. A lucky break on the net's going to give Lee a 9-8 lead. Needs to win this game to stay alive in the match.
All things alive and well with Nathan Lee as he gets ready to serve with a 1-point lead. And again, Nathan Lee gets away with a half ball in the middle of the table that Lucas Ito just deposited into the bottom of the net. Again, earlier in this match, we saw Lucas Ito ripping off multiple forehands in a row. And now he's starting to get a little tight, Matt, and that's where, you know, things can quickly change for a player. And if Nathan Lee can take this momentum as what we would think into game number 5. Ooh. Again with the long spinning serve. And
yeah, he's got to open on those opportunities. And I thought the first ball, the serve return was really good.
Sounds like on that forehand that he missed, he hesitated, he paused. It's almost like he was waiting for Ito just to make a slight move, and Ito did not. And really, a lot of those times, you're looking at your opponent. You should be playing the ball. Don't look at your opponent. Play the ball. Beautiful soft top inside-out forehand there by Nathan Lee as they're in deuce. He now has the lead. 11-10, but the serve is on Lucas Ito's racket. Let's see if he goes to a long side topspin serve here. Will Nathan Lee chance it and step around on that forehand side if Lucas Ito gives him a similar serve that we've seen the last few points?
A little bit high on the serve. It's going to go to the 5th game. Nathan Lee from UC Berkeley on the comeback run here from 2-0 down.
Yeah, that's impressive work for Nathan Lee. Again, just like the previous game, he kept it close. From the very beginning, he kept it close. He was actually down in the early stages, but as soon as he got back, anything after the 4th point, they were only, you know, battling up and down a point here or two. He was able to take that lead. He quickly gave it back. He ends up in deuce and takes it 12-10. So I'm very impressed with some of the adjustments that Nathan Lee was able to make in game 4. He's probably going to take some of the similar things into game number 5. Now it's up to Lucas Ito to see, you know, what adjustments does he have. We've seen him the ability to twiddle a little bit. Haven't seen much attack off of his backhand side, whether it be a punch or some form of a loop. If he can incorporate some of that, then that's another element that, you know, Nathan Lee is going to have to think about a little bit if we start seeing Lucas Ito roll some topspin off the backhand side, because he does have the ability to twiddle in his racket.
Yeah, I think it's a tough ask for him. There's not too many defensive players that are comfortable backhand looping. We've definitely seen him twiddling more on the defensive play, especially the pushing rallies. Obviously, he needs to adapt to being pushed into the backhand side more. And, you know, his main strength in the first 2 games was that a lot of the balls were coming to the middle in his forehand. And he was opening very confidently there. Now the ball started shifting. He's having to step around a little bit more. He's a little bit out of his comfort zone. Does he then go and try and play more defensively and try and pick those forehands out more? I'm not sure. But I think that angle, now that Nathan Lee's building more confidence across that angle to his backhand, it's starting to give him a lot more trouble. So getting it across to Nathan's forehand might give him a better chance of cutting that wide angle off. He doesn't want the ball going wide to his backhand.
Lucas Ito with a slight lead here early in the 5th and deciding game.
So you can see he's taking those opportunities on the backhand side of the middle line. This is not really his comfort zone for attacking with the forehand. It almost feels like he's forcing himself to go for them.
The one thing I've noticed, it looks like Lucas Ito is electing to go with that side top spin or a very spinning serve. Sometimes he is carrying the ball a little bit long, or it's sitting up high in the middle. But the reason for that is he probably wants to start off with Nathan Lee opening up with spin and then him going to the defensive side of the game.
I still think defensively he's in a much better position. I think if he can defend well, that's a good way for him to break the confidence that Nathan's been building. And, you know, one of the hardest things when you're an attacking player against a defender is struggling to build that rhythm. And once you start making errors, it really starts to crumble your confidence down. Looks like there's a little sweat on the table. Umpire's going to come and clean that off.
Yeah, these athletes are working really hard, so it's easy for sweat to be flying all around these tables. And you know, the last thing you want is a ball to nick just the ever so slightest drop of water.
So you can see now those more defensive, heavier pushes causing some unforced errors from Nathan Lee. That's going to start making him a little bit more tentative. Even if he loses a tiny bit of confidence, has a huge impact. And you can see Ito's taken a 5-2 lead and swapping ends now. And again, like I said before, he gives himself a little buffer. Maybe he can relax. Maybe in the last game he relaxed a little bit too much.
Yeah, and it's again just an unfortunate forehand error as Nathan Lee sails that ball long. Lucas Ito now in control of this 5th and deciding game here of this round 8. Again, if you're just tuning in, you are watching the round of 8 of the Coed Team event. It is Texas Wesleyan versus UC Berkeley. It's Lucas Ito in the black shirt from Texas Wesleyan and Nathan Lee of UC Berkeley in the yellow shirt. And if he had a timeout available, I definitely feels like he would have called it by now, but he used it earlier just to get himself back in the match as he was down too early and really had to change up something. But now he's out there on his own. No ability to call a timeout at this point.
The only way he's going to be able to do it from here is maybe if he gets to 7-5. If he can push 7-5, 7-6 now, force the opposition team to use their timeout, then he can get back to the bench. But he's going to have to win a few points in a row. He's going to win a couple.
That's exactly what Nathan Lee needs. He needs to get away with some easy ones, especially if Lucas Ito is going to have some forehand errors. But it looks like right now that Texas Wesleyan calls a timeout. They want to stop this little run that Nathan Lee has, and it's a smart timeout. And you know, I think that some of that happened during the last timeout change that we saw. I want to believe Nathan Ito was up excuse me, Lucas Ito was up 4-1, and they called a timeout, and we saw after that momentum was broken, the score quickly changed, and Nathan was able to reel off a few points in a row. Let's see if the same thing happens here for Lucas Ito, as he's just trying to stop the run. But right now, Nathan's in a good spot. It's still, not too far away. He was able to get some free points from Lucas. And let's see again if he's able to start off with the forehand, pushing Lucas more so into that backhand side and just opening up wide possibly.
Yeah, I think for Ito, this is a good timeout to slow things down a little bit. He's got to come back to the table and continue to play, I think, a little bit more defensively oriented. And that break, he doesn't want any momentum after that break. So if he can force some errors now, that will help him immensely.
And again, he sails a backhand push just really long. That is not an error that we are used to seeing from Lucas Ito in this match. He basically gifts. Really needed that, and you can see that in that emotion that he was giving Nathan the opportunity to get back in this match. But he still has a 3-point lead here in the 5th and deciding game. Racket on Lucas Ito's blade.
So he's opted to play the aggressive shots more, but you can see he's picking them from the forehand side. So the balls come back across to his forehand side again. It's a comfortable area for him to play these more powerful forehand shots.
Just like that, the lead is back to 4. Interesting there, and it looks like Lucas Ito elected to return that with the pip side, and Nathan Lee gave him a really, really greatly played short side spin serve for the forehand side. Oh, just unlucky with the forehand off the top of the net. Gives Lucas Ito match point, but that was a beautifully executed point by both players, and it really could have went either way, but Nathan Lee is now down 10-6. Match point on Lucas Ito's racket. And again, just an unlucky topspin, and Lucas Ito takes it 11-6 in the 5th. He now ties it up for Texas Wesleyan. UC Berkeley won the first matchup. It looks like they're battling over on table number 2 as Angela Guang trails 1-2, 0-1 in the 4th game. Up next here on table number 1, we're going to have Priyan Jindal and Jaiki Lin of Texas Wesleyan. So this is going to be another exciting match. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, we'd like to recognize those people that made this event possible. The great folks here at Round Rock Sports Center, the Round Rock Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the Sports Commission here. All the wonderful volunteers at NCTTA, YOLA for their continued support of college table tennis, the Austin Table Tennis Club, again, a great group of volunteers who just love the game of table tennis. And again, we're going to come back here shortly, but you're watching day 2 of the 2022 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships.
blue. Red. He choose red, so you have blue. Red. Proceed. We'll see. So which side you prefer? That side? Yeah. 2 minutes warning.
And here we are back. It's the fourth singles here of this round of 8 co-ed team event. UC Berkeley versus Texas Wesleyan. Representing UC Berkeley is Priyan Jindal, and representing Texas Wesleyan is Jia-Chi Lin. Matt, I know that you've seen Jindal play before. This is going to be my first time having the opportunity to see the young man play. We saw Jia-Chi Lin play doubles yesterday. Know that she has a very impressive game. I'm imagining that Jindal has his own level of firepower that he's going to try to impart here. But based on what you've seen from Jindal in the past, what is it that you can share a little bit about his game?
I saw him play a little bit yesterday. Kind of is a player that goes on runs. A little bit hot and cold. So, you know, I saw a few games he was playing where he was in the lead and the other player caught up. So, kind of like the momentum really swings with him. Sometimes, you know, a little bit loses a little bit of control over the match, but sometimes just goes on these runs of playing some really great points. So.
And when you're playing a player at the caliber of Jia-Chi Lin of Texas Wesleyan, obviously she's gonna, you know, stand her ground on the table, keep her presence there. She's not really gonna give him a lot of free points. You know, will Jindal be able to, you know, sustain some of those ebbs and flows, ups and downs of a match when he's playing someone just so steady that's not going to give him much of anything?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest difficulty for him. And she is very consistent and very steady, like you said. So, you know, right now she's one of the higher rated players in the country for women's. She'll be definitely vying for the singles championship. I think she'd be one of the bigger contenders.
Jindal wanting to get off to a really great start with a forehand flip there.
Interesting to see how he handles playing on the live stream and on the main court, whether he plays into it and lifts his game, or whether, you know, the nerves get to him a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully the moment doesn't get too big, especially for this California program. They, you know, obviously, I don't know, we saw yesterday Jindal was on one of the outer courts. Sometimes people like to rise to the occasion, and some people that do get a little jittery.
Definitely going for his shots though. He's already taken a couple of big forehand shots, just missed the table.
And there you see Jindal really staying consistent with the over-the-table topspins, being able to get some depth on those balls. Not over-hitting is what I like to see. I know we don't talk about this much, but sometimes there is that factor of, you know, male versus female on the table. Some men have a tendency to feel like they can overpower the female player, and that's not the case. So I like Jindal's patience and his ability to just want to control some of the topspins versus trying to hit too hard in this opening of game number 1.
Yeah, and I think on the backhand side in particular, he has to. So he's going to have to play a little bit shorter and quicker over the table, and then look for those opportunities to play the bigger forehand shots. And I think if he gets in a good position and with good balance, I think he does have enough power to hit through Jia-Chi if he can find the space.
Just a sneaky topspin serve down the line there from Jia-Chi Lin. Wrong foots Jindal. He sails that forehand a little long.
can see she's just focusing on control. Haven't really seen her play anything too aggressive yet. And I think that will probably be her strategy for most of the first game. It's just to feel out the placement of where Jindal might be a little less comfortable, so she can capitalize on it throughout the match later on.
Jindal giving away a service there, Air. Looks like his blade or ball got stuck in his shirt. Yeah, maybe he needs to tuck it in because the shirt looks a little big for the young man.
This is the California way, Joe.
Well, as long as he doesn't start crip walking at any point of this match, I think we'll be fine. And again, sails a little forehand flip long. Great placement there by Jiaqi Lin of Wesleyan. She leads 8-5 in game number 1 here in this 4th singles right now. Should be Texas Wesleyan leading this co-ed tie 2-1 in this series. California is on the scoreboard from their number 1 player, Nikhil Kumar, giving them that early lead, but Texas Wesleyan quickly grabs the lead back and is up 2-1 in this match. Excuse me, 2-1 in this co-ed tie.
So Lin just keeping a steady gap between the two players.
Oh my God, bro.
And again, a service error possibly from the shirt. Ball toss might have gotten a little too close to the body, but you just can't give away, you know, 2 service errors like that to a player like Jiaqi Lin.
That's the kind of thing that's maybe going to build some frustration with him, especially in such a crucial match, and you know, being here on this live stream court. But I think Lin was just really, really steady, and she has a lot of experience. And also, it's not really common in the women's game to see the reverse pendulum serve used. And I think she has a very, very good technical handle of the reverse pendulum serve. And it's a really great serve to use, especially against male players, you know, or other female players. And having that reverse spin that people are not used to gives her a good kind of entry point into the point.
And I would definitely say that, for example, the reverse pendulum, sometimes it takes a lot of practice. It's a serve that can get away from you. It's a serve that can get high. And what we've noticed is that she's placing that serve beautifully. She's able to really control where she wants it out on the table and not let it get too far away from her, because if it does, we've seen Jindal want to step around and hit a big forehand, but she's done a great job of controlling that serve. Again, it's not easy, but we've seen a lot of people do it. But like I said, for some of the young ladies, they elect to go with a heavy underspin serve or a long side underspin serve just to get their point started. But her ability to do that serve is just really impressive.
I think the key here is she's shown already that she's willing to play 5 or 6 shots to win a point, and doesn't really seem to be too phased by him attacking. She's just holding the table, getting a racket on the ball, forcing a lot of errors. I mean, we've seen on a couple of occasions he's played some great backhand sequences, set up for a nice big forehand, and won the point. But the percentage of those points being successful has been too low for him.
Yeah, and there it is, Jindal being able to use that backhand, kind of drives it out wide to her forehand side. Again, Jiaqi Lin really wanting to hold her place in the table, so if he can move her around a little bit more, keep her honest out wide sometimes, and then come back to the opposite side of the table, I think that'll bode well for him. But he knows that he has to almost really go after his shots early, because I don't think he wants to get into long rallies with Jiaqi.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, from what we've seen so far, I think his tactical game is good. There's definitely some very good tactical ideas. It comes down to the execution, whether he can land the most important shots in those tactics and, you know, convert those points. But, you know, he's definitely playing some great wide angles to the forehand, which have helped him a lot. He's coming over the table and receiving that serve really well.
shows confidence in the ability to return, especially a short ball like that, as Jindal takes that banana flip, open court.
She's got to make sure that it stays away from his backhand side. Again, playing short to the forehand or cutting the wide angles to the forehand. He knows that the comfort area for control for her is on the backhand side. You know, if he opens the rally, she's going to block, block, block away, control on the backhand, move him around. He's really trying to get her away from that side of the table.
Yeah, just a great over-the-table forehand loop there by Jindal, taking it off the top of the bounce. He goes just behind Jia Qi Lin there. He takes a 5-4 lead in game number 2. Obviously, he's just connecting with a few more of his shots than he did in the first game. It seemed like he was rushing a little bit on some of those second and third balls. And again, same forehand. This time he elects a little bit more of a step around, and he takes a really big forehand to the backhand side of Jia Qi Lin. Lin to serve, trailing 4-6 in game number 2.
Great, long, fast serve down the line. It's really the first time we've seen her serving a longer, faster serve variation. She's kept things pretty tight so far. Now changing it up a little bit to try and shift the momentum in her favor more.
Yeah, and again, we see there great serve return starting off from Jindal. Then he steps around and hits another really good forehand. He really didn't try to overhit it. It was placed well, right back down the middle, and Jia Qi Lin takes it along. Jindal is in this match 7-5 in game number 2. Serve is on his racket. He knows that this is win or go home for California.
Those are the kind of points he needs to make sure he converts. Actually, probably the exact response he was looking for from the serve return.
Again, just an errant backhand there. He mishits it, ball sails long, and that quick lead he had here in game number 2 is now gone. It's now 7-all. Jia Qi Lin to serve.
Managed to keep that ball quite low, and I think that's really important for her, is having that low trajectory over the net, especially when he's targeting her forehand side.
Yeah, and again, Jindal just showing his length, showing his ability to generate enough racket head speed on a ball that's really low. He steps around, looks like he could have set up for an inside-out forehand, but he actually takes it down the line. And just like that, Jindal is right back in this game. He ties it up 8-all.
Seems like he took that a little bit too early. He knows he has to have speed and angles combined. Very risky play, but the right one.
Yeah, the first time that we've seen Jindal with a little bit of defense there.
This game will really make a big difference for him, I think, in terms of confidence. There will be a huge difference between it being 2-0 and 1-1 in the terms of how the rest of this match goes.
And again, another errant forehand there from Jia Qi Lin. Jindal displaying a little bit of his own defense, his own control on the table. I like that. He takes a 10-9 lead now to try and even this up at 1 game all. We hadn't seen much of that in this match, and just wanted to try to rip off the backhand serve, backhand return. Most of it's been a step around or a nice controlled rolled backhand off the backhand side, but that time he elects to try to rip in it. Now they're at deuce.
And again, going for the step around. He's taking a lot of risk on the placement, but this is really, for him, this is exactly what he has to do to win these points. And, it comes down to millimeters, really.
Yeah, it looks like he took a little off of it to try to control that ball, but it just sailed long. He gets away with one there. Jia Qilin pushes that ball long.
Characteristic error there, I think.
Again, Jindal needing this game. He does not want to go down 2-0 against Jia Qilin of Texas Wesleyan.
Seems to be having a few issues with the forehand attack. And I think that's why he's continuously gone there. He's seen that potential weakness for him to pick on.
Just an unlucky net ball there, but Priyan Jindal takes game number 2, 13-11 to even this up, and that's exactly what he needs. He was explosive in the opening going of this game. We saw him put together a string of forehands inside out. He was controlling the return, controlling the serve a little bit better. So I like a lot what we saw from Jindal. He just didn't throw it away when he started to miss a few here and there. He was able to keep it close. I think that Jia Qilin gifted him with a few forehands errant, something that she had not really had to hit a lot of.
Yeah.
But when she did try to step around and hit her own forehand, a lot of times it just sailed long. So good job by Priyan Jindal to get into this match. Again, this is winner go home for the UC Berkeley Bears. If Jindal does not win this, he does not give his team a chance to go to the doubles, which, you know, we'd love to be able to see that. That's been the theme of the weekend. Everybody's been going 5. A lot of these matches have been going to doubles, and it's been some exciting table tennis this weekend. And we are here now. It is day number 2 of the 2022 Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. If you're just tuning in, I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Matt Hetherington, and they are coming out of their game timeout. It is 1-1. UC Berkeley versus Texas Wesleyan. The winner advances, goes on to the semifinals.
I think in this game, we need to see Lynn maybe dial it back a little bit on the forehand attack. Make sure she gets it on the table with good placement. She doesn't want to throw away those opportunities, especially when she's stepping around and really committing to those shots. You don't want to make unforced errors. But I think what Jindal has realized is that if he plays with a lot of variation and a lot of spin and a lot of power, he can give himself the upper hand, because most of Jia Qilin's game is it's on quite a steady level. There's not a sense of it being very heavy rotation or very heavy power. It's just very steady, kind of lots of ball returns, sometimes mixed in with pace, but quite stable and quite steady, but very linear almost.
And now we see a little bit of a fight from Jia Qilin. One of the first moments for her expressing some energy and emotion after, giving up that second game. And again, just a mistimed return. Ball carries a little long, and Jindal makes her pay for that error. And that time she actually connects with the forehand. It was a good place ball, some good top spin, and Jindal just tries to go for the 50-50 ball. 50% chance it lands, 50% chance it doesn't.
I think one of the big issues for her now is that, like I said right at the beginning, it's all about confidence and momentum with Jindal. And if she keeps feeding him shots, basically, playing softer with the backhand right into his hitting zones, like the middle of his backhand, or, when he's stepping around, his confidence is just going to start building and building and building. And she doesn't want to get to a point where he's going to get away with this match, because he's just so confident in hitting these bigger shots.
And again, Another errant service return from Jiaqi Lin. She's really just almost, I don't want to say making it easy for Jindal on some of these, but she's given him at least two returns here early in this third game that Jindal's just really making her pay for. She's going to have to really tighten up that service return if she doesn't want this third game to get away from her.
Yeah, and you can see the pressure's mainly coming from his side of the table. So she's almost being forced into the position where she has to continue playing soft. She made a great forehand counter at the start of the point, but then when he redirected quickly to the backhand, it's again back to being a little bit backed off and a little bit softer.
A beautiful banana flip down the line there from Jindal. And as you can see, the momentum is all on UC Berkeley's side right now. It seems like he just can't miss no matter what the shot is. The step around, the banana flip, service return, even some of the flips are just looking really good from Jindal right now. Berkeley has a very strong lead here in this third game, 7-3. Let's see if Jiaqi Lin can turn it around.
Some great backhand play. You can see she kind of played through the ball a little bit more, just to add a little bit more pace. Created the opportunity to really open the table.
Again, there is something going on with Jiaqi Lin's service return right now. That's the third, probably the fourth ball that she's either sailed long or left it in the middle of the table.
Well, I think she's putting a lot of pressure on herself to return with more quality, maybe deeper on the table or tighter, but he's just going into it knowing that and serving no spin or with some extra side spin. So he's kind of one step ahead in some of these situations, and as long as that happens, it becomes significantly easier for him to win these points.
Yeah, nice backhand roll there to the outside of Jindal's backhand. Jiaqi Lin right back in this game here, 8-6. Priyan Jindal of UC Berkeley to serve. Jindal, nice backhand down the line. Didn't try to do too much with it, but it had a great amount of spin on it. He still leads in this third game.
And again, another serve return error. I think we're just seeing a lot of float serve variations that causing some problems for Lin. She's down 4 game points here.
And interesting, the step around forehand, no net clearance, more of a slap really, and she just, Jindal now is just rolling here. He takes the third game, 11-6. It looks like he can't miss. He's also been gifted some points here by Jiaqi Lin, which we did not expect to see from her. She's going to have to quickly turn it around. Obviously, Berkeley needs this game, this match, to take it into doubles. And at that point, once we get to doubles, really anything can happen. We know that if we do get to doubles, it's going to be the top players from UC Berkeley, Nikhil Kumar and Angela Guan going up against Jin Ding and Eduardo Tomoike. So that's going to be interesting to see what happens if we get to doubles. But right now, it looks like Priyan Jindal is in control. He leads 2-1 now. The tide is quickly turned around. Jiaqi Lin looks like she's just lacking confidence when it comes time to her to impart any kind of offense. She's just really not there. So really curious to see how she's able to turn this around. And most important thing now, what does Jindal do when he plays with a lead?
I think he'll be pretty comfortable with the lead. I think he'll ride the momentum, but basically, you know, the pressure is on Lin to get a good start in this game and to make some positive changes, especially on the serve return, and be a little bit more deliberate. Right? I felt she wasn't really deliberate enough, and everything was kind of a little bit too soft, especially on the serve return. But, you know, also she needs to remember that this confidence, this ride of confidence from Jindal is really pushing him right now. But if she did a few small things and won some points in a row, she could potentially shut that confidence down and maybe turn the tide of the match. So, you know, she definitely has some options. And, of course, she's a very skillful player. So, you know, it's going to be very interesting to see how the tactics go. Not entirely sure what the...
So coming out of that game timeout, it looks like Jia Chi Lin has some slight disagreement or complaint about the, not necessarily the toss of Jindal, but I think she said it's almost like he was hiding, and she wants him to clear his body, I think, a little faster. So again, the umpire's doing a great job of basically saying, hey, if we see something like that, obviously we call it. They clearly don't feel like that Jindal is doing anything wrong right now. I'm hoping that it's not any kind of cheeky gamesmanship where they're wanting the player from UC Berkeley to think about their serve a little bit more, just to give them some time to get back in this match. Jindal has just played a really good last 2 games, if you will. So we'll see what happens if it proves to be anything as this match goes on.
It's going to be straight to a timeout for Lin. 3 points in a row for Jindal. UC Berkeley are going to be pretty happy with this situation.
And you were right there, Matt. Jindal coming out of the game break with the same momentum he had in the 3rd game. So he has a quick lead here. He shot out to in game number 4, 3-0. If Jindal is able to win this game, they take the match to doubles, where again we will see Angela Guang and Nikhil Kumar of UC Berkeley versus Jin Deng and Eduardo Tomoike.
See Lin just standing out there by herself, a little bit away from the bench, trying to, I guess, quiet her mind to get some focus. So these are going to be big points for both players. If Jindal can increase his lead here, it's going to be a big advantage for him. But Lin is, I would say, got to look more determined than ever. Looks like a couple of net serves already, but she's going for the long fast. Maybe trying to change the pace a little bit and play quicker.
And again, you saw
a long reverse serve, very uncommon, but very awkward to open up on.
And it was really low. I mean, that was a tough ball to really try to step around and explode upon when you're talking about that angle. She gets away with it being long, but it was just low enough that it gave Jindal some trouble.
He's focusing his attack on that forehand side. It's been a good strategy for him so far in this match.
And he had to redirect his foot position there. He wanted to step around. Jia Chi Lin did a great job of leaving it short, so he has to reposition him back into the table, and he just was not able to control that. And that was just really a heads-up play by Jia Chi Lin.
I think this is going to be a big shift for her if she can keep the serve return tight and then really pick up her service game to change the pace. This could be a game changer. And like I said, a few points in a row, that confidence and momentum can start to change in her favor.
Oh, and the step around was perfectly executed, but Jia Chi Lin with great anticipation. She takes that forehand block drive to the open court. Jindal was not able to come back around. I mean, he fully committed to the step around forehand, which opens up so much of the table out wide on the forehand side.
backhand over the table there.
We had not really seen a lot of that this match, but no better time than the present to be able to rely on another offensive weapon from Jindal.
All comes down to keeping that serve receive tight from Jiaqi Lin. Not sure what the umpire is asking for here.
So again, there could be something with the serve. Jiaqi Lin might have complained again to the umpire about the serve, not so much the toss, but possibly guarding. I think she's going to, the umpire's calling in for another umpire, maybe a service umpire.
Yeah, I think the main point that she's bringing up is about clearing the free arm away. She wants him to clear his free arm out of the way so that she can see the ball contact.
And really, if I was Priyan Jindal, I change nothing unless the umpires are actually calling it. You absolutely continue to go on with the same thing. I hate to see this for the young man. Obviously, he's been playing really well the last 3 games. The momentum is clearly on his side. So for this match to be interrupted by some technicality right now, we're looking at getting umpires involved. You know, that's just going to slow down things for him. So the best thing that his team can do is to keep him calm, really not worrying about what's going on. It sounds like this is a complaint coming out of the Wesleyan corner about clearance of the arm, guarding of the serve. Again, we're curious to see. So far, it has not been called in this match. The only complaints have come from the Wesleyan side. So we're curious to see what happens now. But Priyan Jindal just really has to stay calm and focused and relaxed, and hopefully he's able to keep up what he's put together these last 3 games.
Yeah, it sounded like the main argument from Len was, you know, the umpire was saying, look, we don't see a problem with it. We can see the contact. And Len was saying, well, you know, you're on the sides from where I'm standing. For me, it's not really clear. And
We're going to have a service judge.
it's gonna, basically they're gonna bring a service judge out, which is something that happens from time to time. It's basically a third umpire who acts as a service umpire. They're gonna specifically observe just the serve to
and we did see it occasionally yesterday. There was a service umpire in play on a couple of the matches. We're going to see it here. Yesterday was yesterday. Some of those were preliminary rounds. This is for an opportunity to advance to the semifinal. So the implications, the dynamic of it, the urgency behind it is a little different than what we saw early yesterday.
And that service umpire is, of course, going to stand outside of the court, but directly behind the table. So they will have a fairly similar line of sight to Len. You can see Jindal just trying to keep himself warm and loose. Very important, you know, when you have these kind of disputes, is to make sure you keep your body moving, keep that momentum. So we continue here. Jindal with a 5-4 lead and with the serve.
That is not a forehand that we've seen Jindal miss over the last 2 games at all. And he just clearly is a mishit. Hopefully this timeout is not in his head at all and he can, you know, stay in this 4th game. Beautiful response there. It's a great backhand roll over the top of the table. He's able to really deposit that forehand down the line. We've seen that plenty of times in this match, and that is a great way to respond to that errant forehand he had just had.
I think it really shows for him. You know, even if there are these service issues, potentially, he's still been able to dominate the game on serve receive as well. You've just seen in those last couple of points there, still able to confidently win those points on serve receive.
And it looks like he really hasn't changed much of anything, which is great for him. And so far, the judges have not said anything either. And a edge backhand. It was clearly the ball came off of the top of the racket, but as a lot of people back home, they said, hey, I paid for all of this racket, so I'm going to use all of it. And that mishit backhand gives Jindal a 3-point lead here, 8-5 in game number 4. And again, that is not a ball at all that you want to see coming off Jia Lin. She really just carried that forehand long, but it was in the wheelhouse of Jindal. Again, the momentum coming out of that timeout. He is now 9-5 here in this the fourth game. If Jindal is able to hold on to this, he then carries UC Berkeley into doubles against Wesleyan.
And a huge serve return there from Priyan Jindal. Anticipating that long, fast serve cross court, steps around and just hits an absolute beamer down the line. Sets himself up with 5 match points.
And then there you can see Jindal just being very comfortable, knowing that he has a nice little lead. He still has match points. He wanted to be aggressive on the service return. He stepped around and tried to hit a banana flip, but just miscued it, but he still leads 10-6, game 4.
And a little bit more pressure coming from Jia Lin's side. It's a little bit late in the day for her to be applying that pressure. That's the kind of thing we wanted to see, you know, during the third and early part of the fourth games. But she's still in here with a chance. And this time stepping across using the banana flick. Interesting to see some late changes here right towards the end with these match points.
And we had not seen a lot of the backhand punch or backhand drive off the Jindal side. Jia Lin sees that he might be a little uncomfortable with the timing of that backhand shot. Berkeley calls their timeout, a wisely used timeout, because they did have a nice comfortable lead going here into game 4, but they've let Jia Lin kind of right back in this match. We've seen players be able to reel off 2-3 straight points pretty easily in this match. But again, advantage to Priyan Jindal of UC Berkeley. Jia Lin knows that she still has some work to do here. If you're just tuning in or are not sure where we are in this co-ed tie, this is round 8 of the co-ed event. It is UC Berkeley versus Texas Wesleyan. If UC Berkeley is able to hold on to the singles match, they will then take this co-ed tie into doubles, where we would see Nikhil Kumar and Angela Guang of UC Berkeley versus Jin Ding and Eduardo Tomoike of Texas Wesleyan. Jindal knowing that this is clearly one of the biggest moments of his young career at UC Berkeley.
Now the pressure's really on. I mean, to win a few points in a row here, this is a lot of pressure on Lin also about the service choice.
Earlier in the match, she was electing to go long topspin or side under balls, which he was stepping around. This one she did not. It was long, but it was not the same spin that we had seen. And Jia Lin has erased a 4-point deficit. She trailed 10-6. It is now deuce in the fourth. Serve now just as critical for Jindal. I like the confidence there from Jindal, going with the touch open, but immediately you know that he wanted to go with the forehand step around. He was not shying away from wanting to get to that forehand, and he executed it this time. He now has, again, match point. Jia Qilin to serve, 10-11. Oh, and he gets away
the net ball.
with the net ball. Priyan Jindal takes it 12-10 in game number 4. UC Berkeley is still alive as they get ready to go to doubles. Tough loss for Jia Qilin. She started off so strong, but Prindal has fought back really fast. It looks like she's still a little aggravated about that serve, and hopefully she wasn't allowing that to be her issue in all of game number 4. That she was thinking too much about the serve and less about the actual game, because at the end of the day, you still have to play the point out. I don't know how much more she would have done with the serve if she felt like she was able to see it. I know that Prindal didn't change the serve a whole lot from what we saw.
Honestly, I think most of the spin variations on the serve were the same. You know, whether she's saying, you know, the contact was covered or not, the majority of it was kind of head and nose spin, head and side spin. She continued to come in there and try and push the ball short.
Which was working. She did open up some of the serve return short. She did carry some of them long.
A lot of I think the number of service errors, especially the service receiver, especially through the third game, it was pretty prominent. There were a lot of loose service receive errors, but the majority of those serves looked like they were kind of no spin variations. It wasn't until right at the end of the fourth game that we actually saw her move across and flick that serve return, and I think it would have been good for her to try that a little bit earlier on. But anyway, a great match from Priyan Jindal, and he's kept Berkeley alive, and they're going to come in here for the doubles. It's going to be an interesting dynamic here in the doubles. We have Angela Guan, who's a defensive player. You don't often see defensive players playing doubles. It can be a little challenging to find compatible pairings because, you know, defensive players are setting themselves up for defensive plays. Offensive players are setting themselves up for offensive plays. I think Nikhil is a good partnership here because he tends to mix a lot of both. And so there's an opportunity for them here, certainly. They're going to be up against Jen Deng and Tamoike. Of course, Tamoike we saw in the men's doubles yesterday on the live stream court. Phenomenal forehand game. J-Pen player, a lot of strength against defense. So if he's playing into Angela, that's going to be potentially in the Wesleyan team's favor. It's going to be very interesting how the tactics play out. We could be in for a roller coaster of a fifth match here.
Hey, come on. What are you doing?
It's going to be very interesting here. Curious to see them going with this lineup here in doubles. We did not see this pairing play doubles from Wesleyan yesterday. That was the men's doubles where we saw Tamoike and Solarte play doubles against the pairing men's doubles from UC Berkeley. So I'm going to be very curious to see if Kumar, obviously he's going to have to be more of the offensive side, more of the aggressor. We saw him yesterday be very creative, very deceptive on a lot of his shots, but I don't know if he wants to set up his opponent that way. I mean, his teammate, Angela Guang, knowing that she's the defender, she does have a forehand, but that is not her primary first go-to or her first option. But again, congratulations to Priyan Jindal. He just played his match of the tournament to be able to dig out of that hole that he was in, fight, and he just carried it on. We saw him hit some really big forehands. We also saw him display some of his own level of defense and control towards the end of that match. He was not fazed by that timeout where they had to bring in some umpires because there were some complaints or issues about the serve, but he handled that really well and he carried it on, and he allowed his team to get to this point to see another match for the winner of this now goes on to semifinals. So, and again, we are going 5. And we are underway here, the 5th and deciding doubles. The winner goes on to the semifinals. It is UC Berkeley versus Texas Wesleyan. Nikhil Kumar, Angela Guan of Berkeley versus Jinding and Eduardo Tamoike of Texas Wesleyan.
I think we're definitely going to see the Wesleyan pair playing the role of the aggressors. Tamoike with an amazing forehand game. Of course, Dang with kind of I think a medium pips on the backhand. She can hit some fairly awkward backhand shots with not very much speed on them. It's a awkward pace. Kumar getting started with a big step around forehand. Obviously, both Angela and Nikhil have played for the United States at the World Championships level. Nikhil having played the Olympics. Both very experienced players.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting as we're talking about an offensive player and a deceptive player playing with a modern day defender, but also on the Wesleyan side you have a player who plays smooth on one side, medium pips on the other side, who has her own ability to maybe slow up some things, change the spin. So now sometimes it really is going to feel about who's hitting into who on which shots and how they respond to this. So far we are coming out pretty evenly matched up at 3-all in game number 1.
And you can see for the Berkeley pair, the footwork rotation is going to be really important. Angela obviously liking to stay a little bit further back from the table on the defense.
Was that backhand drive that just clipped off that net there from Angela? Not really used to seeing her do much of that, but got away with one there off the top of the net. I do like the fact that you have Ding hitting into the Kumar forehand side, if you will, which sets up for him to attack the backhand of the J10 player from that angle. So that is obviously in an advantage of Berkeley right now.
And it's going to be a strategy for both teams to really try and push the other team into the backhand corner. They want to neutralize Tamoike's forehand. Really try and push Nikhil off that backhand side.
Just again an impressive block there that Kumar started that rally with, and it did get a little funny there in the middle of that point. That will carry out at some point throughout this match. We're going to see some of that where the tempo just quickly changes on a dime, and it's going to be interesting to see how the players respond to that.
Fantastic placement from Nikhil Kumar. Right out wide to the forehand side.
And that was a push, but it was an aggressive push. It was deep, it was wide.
And then going the opposite direction. That's one of the tough things, is shutting Tamoike's forehand game down, really pressuring. I mean, at that rate, he's got to cover a fast, deep push, potentially going anywhere on the table at wide angles in both directions. Makes it very difficult. They seem to be setting up well for the attack against Kumar's backhand. Sometimes playing soft, sometimes playing very high pace.
that's one of those things that it just puts Kumar in a tough position. If Angela Guang was by herself, that might be a ball that she would have been able to recover from, but the Ding attack into Kumar, particularly coming into the body on the backhand side, it's just really tough for him to recover on that.
And the Wesleyan pair really doing a good job of pressuring the defense of Angela. But you can see it, almost 80–90% of the plays are going towards Berkeley's backhand corner. They really want to push Angela back. You know, when they move Angela back, Nikhil's hanging off a little behind her, so they're pushing both players back at the same time. And that takes Nikhil off the table, and it makes his backhand control or his backhand counterattack a little bit less effective. You know, if they play fast, sometimes he's not able to pressure the ball. If they play soft, he has to kind of reach into the contact. So I think very smart tactically so far from the Wesleyan pair.
Yeah, they're really not giving much of the table. Like I said, they are pressuring the backhand side. They're playing quick off the bounce into the Kumar backhand.
Great angle there. I think if they're going to continue playing to that backhand corner, maybe Nikhil positions a little bit more to the right so he can step in and cover that corner. He's right up on the table there for that backhand block wide. And a little tentative on that forehand flick. Committed in the movement, but
I think it looks like he just changed his mind at the last moment where he wanted to flick. Probably wanted, he saw Tomoike move and he just dropped instead, and that was just kind of one of those moments where you take that risk from changing the shot, your shot selection right in the middle, mid-stroke. It's a hard thing to do. Kumar's clearly talented enough to do it, but that one, unfortunately, it fell a little short on him. Texas Wesleyan takes game number 1, 11-9. Again, this is the deciding doubles match of Wesleyan versus Berkeley. The winner would then go on to the semifinal round. But it was well matched up there. No one really got too far ahead or down in that match, so I'm curious to see how California responds coming out of this game timeout here.
Of course, with doubles, players are going to come back and the rotation's going to change. So the players will be playing to the opposite partner from the other side. That means we'll have more of, I think, Tomoike playing to Nikhil. So Angela Guan is going to serve.
Let's go.
This is going to be interesting because Nikhil's going to have an opportunity to use maybe some of that pace from Tomoike's forehand game. See if he can put some pressure on Deng. And then, of course, Angela might have a little bit less pressure on her, not having to deal with those big J-Pen forehands against her defense.
Yeah, Kumar got away with one. He kind of hung a little cute shot block up there mid-table, but Deng puts it right in the bottom of the net.
Another great wide angle. Nikhil Kumar always doing a fantastic job of finding the corners or the wide angles.
And there you can see a great backhand drive for Deng directly into the body of Guang. She wasn't able to handle or respond fast enough. It wasn't like there was a lot of topspin. It was more of a flat drive. The Wesleyan corner pumped up here in this deciding doubles match. They know as a many-time national champion what this means to them, for the team, the school, community of Fort Worth and Dallas.
Again, still seems like the Wesleyan pairing of the aggressors. You can see the big wind up there of that J-pen forehand from Tomoike. Even in slow motion, it looks fast and powerful. But that's a dangerous shot. They need to take that out of the game if they're going to have a chance, the Berkeley pair, to win this.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about. The Tomoike forehand into Kumar's backhand. That's a lot to ask of someone to be able to control that.
And I think also Angela on serve return is more likely to play long as a defensive player. You can see there again, this time opting to use the long pip side to try and create a little bit of difference in the return. But the majority of those returns are going to be long. That's going to give Tomoike the opportunity to at least take a shot at them with his forehand. Could cause some problems for
which
Akio
is something
Kumar.
that I would bet on. The Tomoike forehand is just something so dangerous, so fierce. We saw a lot of it yesterday. We saw it today when he was playing the singles match against Guang. His ability to just really go for it and get into a rhythm on that forehand side.
And Guan using the more of a tomahawk serve, trying to get some more topspin kick on the ball. She wants to force Tomoike to play a little bit softer with his first forehand opening. Managed to succeed on those couple of occasions. And massive forehand counter from Nikhil Kumar. What a great play by both teams. Ending with a fantastic shot.
Yeah, that is not advised at home, to be able to bend your body with the amount of flex and control, but the power that Kumar had on that forehand, it is something only elite level athletes we recommend to do. We're not responsible for any pulled back muscles, twisted ankles.
So the Wesleyan pairing still holding a 2-point lead here. I think they've managed to play with relatively good compatibility as a doubles pair so far. Dang doing a great job of controlling, setting Tomoike up for the forehands, and executing the follow-ups.
And I think that the rotation just plays in the favor of Wesleyan for Tomoike to be able to be getting a ball from Guang. We saw him in singles. It was nothing that was being done that made him uncomfortable. So obviously advantage Wesleyan here in this rotation.
Guan trying to pick that ball up a little low.
Texas Wesleyan, another strong lead here at 9-5 in game number 2.
Oh, blistering forehand there from Eduardo Tomoike.
And it's just a really tall order for Kumar to be able to counter that ball, particularly on his backhand side. Something that we didn't see much of from Guang. She tries to be a little bit of aggressive on the return. That's something that obviously we'd like to see from her more, but you see Berkeley now goes down 11-5 in game number 2. They trail 0-2 here in this 5th and deciding doubles match. If you're just tuning in with us, this is day number 2 of the Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. I'm Joe Wells. Alongside me is Matt Hetherington. Matt, you know, we couldn't ask for more really out of these co-ed events. A lot of them, even in the preliminary rounds, have been going to 5th and deciding doubles matches. These days really start to get long for some of these athletes, but obviously what we're seeing now is the cream of the crop. National team members playing. A lot of these players from other countries have been on provincial teams. They've represented their country in various events, so I'm imagining that Fatigue is not going to be an issue for them. They're well conditioned, a lot of stamina. But the table tennis the collegiate championships is just a really long, intense weekend that they are fighting each and every match. And for them to be able to get to this point just shows you a testament of how great athletes they really are.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, especially Angela. You look at Angela, she's been not only playing the co-ed event, but playing the women's team event at the same time. I mean, she's not really cutting a break. She's going straight from the co-ed teams. And, you know, you'd have schedule gaps, and they're alternating between co-ed and women's team events. Usually the co-ed players get a break. No, Angela's out there playing the women's team event. And I think she just has so much pride for her school, for UC Berkeley. And I think she, you know, playing 2 team events is something she wants to show. She wants her team to get the best results that they possibly can in both events. And it's tiring. It's really tiring. They're
absolutely.
long days.
Right now, she's playing in the co-ed. As soon as this is done, she has to get prepared for the women's event. So she'll be right back on these tables again. And for her, it's unfortunate for some of the ladies that they do end up in some, I don't want to call them scheduling conflicts, but they like you said, they just make really long days for them. I know that the ladies from Texas Wesleyan have had to endure that as well. Angela Kwong, I think she is accustomed to it at this point. She's been a member of both the women's and the co-ed team for years now, so it's something that she's just used to.
So 3-0 here, and the Berkeley team calling the timeout relatively early, seeing that there's already this continuing momentum. I think the biggest difficulty here is it's really tough for a defensive player to play doubles. I mean, you know, Angela exhibits such a high level in women's table tennis, but you can get away with a lot in women's singles when you're playing defensively. You can push long, and I think there are not many women's players in the United States that Angela would feel particularly worried about allowing them to attack. But when you're playing co-ed doubles or co-ed team events, you know, having the ability to get in there and maybe keep the serve return short or keep the ball a little bit tighter would probably help take some of that pressure off Nikhil.
Yeah, you see there Wong electing to go with the tomahawk serve. She wants Ding to try to get that service return up to allow Kumar to be aggressive and start hitting forehands. I think that's a smart strategy, but they trail right now, and 4-1 in this third game. They have to keep this close if they want to be able to take this to a fourth game.
Couple of points in a row. That's all it takes to get some momentum started. This is really the first time we've seen Tomoike play so steady on the forehand opening. Not having that same pressure, Angela's able to keep the backhand chop much lower to the net. And so far, the timeout working well for Berkeley. They've managed to claw back to 4-4.
Yeah, big inside-out forehand there from Nikhil Kumar as he deposits that ball out wide on the forehand side. Tomoike to serve.
I think that ball might have bounced off her rather than hitting the table, but it bounced off something.
And in all sports, you know, it's one of those things that in most sports when you have a, you know, I don't want to call it human error, but sometimes the human eye can't catch everything. And that's, you know,
especially
something
in table tennis.
Yeah, it's something we all live with as competitors. You're just not going to get every call. Beautiful topspin deep there by Ding. Too much a little bit for Kumar to handle. It was a very controlled ball.
Yeah, and I think, again, his stance is quite far off that corner. So even the soft ball like that, he's having to really reach into it. Doesn't really have the pace that he's planning on working with. Dang and Tomoike opening up an even bigger lead here now. And Kumar doing a great job picking up the half-long serve. Dang's going to have to keep it much tighter, especially when she's serving into the corner against the left-hander.
Again, we've seen Kumar execute that shot with great success earlier in the match. This one just sails a little bit too long. Maybe he was really wanting it just because it's worked so well so far. Dang coming through with a big forehand there.
And they're going to have 5 match points to wrap up this entire team tie. And they've positioned themselves really well here. Tomoike going for a big forehand.
Don't blame him for that at all. That is something he's capable of hitting. He knows that the Wesleyan team has the upper hand right now. Still 4 match points for Dang and Tomoike.
And again, the soft loop does it for Tomoike, relying on that forehand again. It's going to be 11-6 and a 3-0 win in this deciding doubles match for Texas Wesleyan.
Yeah, the Wesleyan pair just too strong, too much for them to handle. I think that the dynamic and how the Berkeley team is broken down into that doubles pairing was just a tall task for them to overcome. A forehand as strong as Tomoike, the control of Ding from the Wesleyan pairing. Not only did she do a great job of directing her forehands into the Kumar backhand side, he then also, we noticed that he wasn't doing as much of the chop block and the misdirection shots. He had to kind of play a traditional two-wing loop on both, or two-wing game on both sides, and unfortunately just didn't work out for Berkeley here in this co-ed team round of 8. But congratulations to Texas Wesleyan as they move on. Again, this is day 2 of the Collegiate National Table Tennis Championships. We're going to take a quick break and be back with you shortly. Up next is going to be the round of 8, Texas versus California on the women's side.